We are going live in about 5 minutes. See how many of our players show up. At least we got one. Two, technically, if you include me. We are streaming. Hopefully, I won't screw this up tonight. Got about 4 minutes to go. Hopefully, some of our players will arrive. I know a couple people are going to be late, but that's okay. We can muddle our way through. All right, let me do a sound check and see how I sound to myself. Here, advanced. Monitor and output. How's it sound? Dang, man, I sound good. I'm just kidding. Everybody else tells me I sound good. It's so weird. There's like this tiny delay, and I have to hear it in my ear before I can talk because it throws me completely off. And so if you hear me mumbling, it's because I'm hearing it coming in my ear, and then I have to stop and wait. But it sounds good to me. Let's go back to where I can't hear myself. And we're back to where I can't hear myself. At least so they tell me. Monitor off. There we go. Okay. So that check is good. Waiting on people to come on in, come on in. Come on in, come on in. That is right. Stream Elements, we are now live. Hopefully other people will see that and come visit us tonight. I was surprised, man. We had a bunch of people show up on 4th of July. At least my players were there and they didn't go blow off their fingertips. That was a bueno. I just hope I remember what this adventure is supposed to be. I guess I should actually get the adventure ready. There we go. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Holy cow, is it like 7:30 already? I guess I should kick off the music. I'm just sitting here reading along, seeing what's going on, but let's get this thing kicked off, even though I'm a little bit late. That's okay. Everybody's late today. And we made it. At least some of us made it. Hello, everybody. Welcome to tonight's episode of Heroes of Kreistrich. I am Sean, your host, bringing you together, as always, with the finest gamers that the interwebs has to offer, at least on 5th edition, anyway. For those that know, we are here every Monday from 7:30 till 11:30-ish, and then, of course, every other Friday, which that is tonight. We are here for our 5th edition game, so we are glad that you guys could be here with us. I'm looking here, and I'm wondering where my players are, because I will not lie. Right now, I've got one player sitting in the queue, and he had to step away. I know that one of our players is going to be a little bit late because he's working, that being Pravish Girl. But everybody else said they were going to be here. But apparently they're not. So what I'm going to do is I am just going to chit-chat a little bit until we kind of figure out what's going on. So let's kind of go over the ground rules here. Like I said, we're here every Monday night, 7:30 to 11:30. That's our 1st edition game. If you catch us every other Friday like tonight, this is our 5th edition game. Everything's set in Greyhawk, of course. This particular campaign is a campaign that is contiguous, and it's like your traditional sort of D&D group that goes about and saves the world. Our 1st edition game on Monday nights is more of an ad hoc adventure to adventure. So it kind of ties together in the sense that the party travels around and just sort of goes on adventures, but it's sort of like the old school feel to it, where a new module would come out, you'd grab your friends, roll up characters, and go adventure. So that's kind of how that one is handled. It's not quite as a tied together campaign as this one actually is. In
other words, this one's better.
Yes, this one's better. At least tonight, that's what I'm saying. On Monday night, my story might change, but on Friday nights, this game is always better. So anyway, we are looking for players for our 1st edition game. If you're into 1st edition Dungeons and Dragons, I do have a slot open. I'm looking to fill the magic user role, but actually the guy in my group, Lando, is actually willing to depart with his thief character so that he could play the magic user. So if you would prefer to play a thief, you kind of have your choice there. So he has a character sort of ready to go. But they are getting up there in level. I think I just bumped them all up to 7th-ish, 6th and 7th level, depending upon how many experience they had. I think the thief just went to 7th. Everybody else is at 6th. So they're trailing him behind. So they are getting on up there, and that's actually been a pretty fun campaign so far. Currently involved with the Slave Lords, which is a classic series of adventures that I enjoy. So for those that follow the stream, you know that as you earn tokens, you can trade those tokens in for our players' benefit or for your DM's benefit. By trading in the tokens, you can buy a Nat 1 or a Nat 20. Just go in just like you would trade any other tokens in. Just need to let us know who it's for. Pick a person or DM, or if you can't really decide, just throw it out to the party, and we'll sort of decide who gets to use it. Those Nat 1s and Nat 20s are allowed to replace any roll within the game. So if they have before they roll, after they roll, doesn't matter. If they have it in their pocket, they can use it whenever they so desire. The other thing that we like to do is, and now tokens are obviously free, given just for interacting with the stream. The more you interact, the faster you earn your tokens, etc. But if you want to actually buy, if you want to cheer and throw down some bits, if you're going to spend your hard-earned coin, for every 500 bits cheered, you can give advantage to one of our players, and they can hold on to that as long as they want. The tokens that you earn, that you buy for a Nat 1 or Nat 20, are session specific. So if you're going to give them a Nat 1 or Nat 20, it's always best to do it as early as you can in the game so that they have the entire game tonight to use that. There have been some allowances once in a while I'll let it carry over, but usually they have to get used by or during the stream in which they're given. However, if you're going to spend your hard-earned coin and you're going to spend a few bucks to get advantage for one of our players, I'm going to allow that player to have it carry over from game to game, and that has to be assigned to a specific character. Those
so
are
can I use a nat 20 for hit points?
No.
Oh,
No.
that sucks.
Yeah, no. But anyway, so if somebody's going to cheer 500 bits and they want to give advantage to a party member, they can do so. And like I said, that'll carry over from session to session. And we'll just note it down on the person's character sheet to make sure that they've got that on hand. And there is no limit to how many advantages they can have, right? So if somebody wants to spend, I don't know, 10,000 bits on you, and then we'll divide that by 500, and they'll give you like 20 or 200 or whatever that works out to be advantages. We'll just check those off as you go. So yeah, it's kind of just a way to help you support the stream. And of course, if you haven't followed the stream, please do so. If you would like to really support the stream and care to be a subscriber, please do so. Every penny that we make here goes right back into the stream. Working the next to get some lighting now that I've got my new camera. And I'm not sure what's after that, but everything that you guys do, I use to help support the stream, whether it's paying for the subscription services to some of the Patreons where I get my content from, or whether it's paying for our hosting services. It's all because of you guys. And so we definitely appreciate it. Waiting for some folks to kind of come in. I want to see, we got a few people that are starting to filter in here a little bit, but I'm actually, I want to wait for the players to arrive because I have some stuff that I want to sort of bring out tonight, some stuff that I had made. And it took a little bit to get it done, but I think everybody is going to really appreciate it and really like it. I think. I don't know. You guys will have to be the judge, but we're going to wait for our players to get here at least. I really don't know where they are. I'm kind of baffled. Usually they're... Now, I will say, for those that know him, our Corvus, who plays Nilo, is a former face-to-face player of mine, and he was notorious for showing up 15, 20 minutes late to the game. So it's quite possible that because of his job that he has to get back to his house, he could have got stuck in traffic. So I'm going to jump on Discord here and just say, hello? Anyone home? If I could spell anyone. And we're going to try to figure out where all of our players are. Because I was expecting maybe one player to be out tonight. I know that Paviskro is going to be late. He said he could probably be here around 8 o'clock. Tarikas, he said originally that he probably wasn't going to be here till way late in the stream, but then he came back and said, no, I'm going to be here. And now he's not here. Not sure where Ragnar is. Did Ragnar say? Maybe it was Ragnar that said he wasn't going to be. Hey, there we are.
Yeah, he's at a wedding.
That's right, Ragnar. I don't know why I was thinking. Okay, that's what it was.
Ragnar said he wasn't gonna be here, be at a wedding, and then Monkey said that he's gonna be late, but then afterwards said that he might be back in time now that he thinks about it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's so we're just kind of killing a little bit of time here, just to kind of talk about things, because I was kind of hoping that the whole group would be here. Maybe I can sort of talk a little bit about it here, sort of put it on display here, and then maybe when we go to break, I can do it when we go to break then as well. So maybe we'll kind of do that. That way there's people that get it at the beginning, some people get it at the end. But let's talk a little bit about what transpired previously. Kind of surprised we're not getting more folks actually into the game. Usually we get folks here relatively quickly, but it's only showing like 2 or 3 viewers. But when I go to my list, it gives me this whole list of people, so I don't know what's going on. But anyway, everybody that's out there, whether you're lurking or whatever, I appreciate it. So let's talk a little bit about what happened previously. As you know, we have been gone for quite a few days, like 3 weeks actually. Had a little vacation downtime, went to Vegas. Everybody knows that. Hey, thanks for renewing, man. I appreciate it, Corvus. We had I should say I lost my job like right at the beginning of June. I lost my job, and so I had a vacation planned to go to Vegas because we were having a company meeting in Denver, and so I was going to fly to Denver, do the company meeting for a couple of days with the wife, sort of at the hotel on her own and doing whatever, and then from Denver we were going to go to Vegas. So I lost my job. We canceled the Denver trip, but basically what we did was just moved it back a couple days because I had already had a connecting flight in Denver. So I just said, the heck with it. We're still going to Vegas. So I just moved my flight and we arrived just in time to catch my connecting flight that had been originally booked, went to Vegas. And contrary to what people tell you, what happens in Vegas does not necessarily stay in Vegas because I brought COVID home with me. And I obviously got it in Vegas. Fortunately, it was just a cough. Had a little bit of a fever. I played it up really, really well, I think. Got my wife to like cater to me and get me all the snacks and juices and everything that I wanted. I got to lay around in bed. Wouldn't let me out of my room, which was, come on, have you seen me? Old fat guys like to lay around a lot. So anyway, I did that, and then after that, it was just I skipped the next couple of games because I just wasn't up to. I was legitimately getting over a cough, and so we had our off week, and now here we are back, finally full of health and vigor and ready to go. And I appreciate you guys kind of coming in and spending a little bit of time with us. So again, I want to talk a little bit about what happened previously in the game. As you may have known, our party was searching through this old abandoned, well, it wasn't abandoned, it was a house, looking for this gem dealer by the name of Durgan Hillstone. And Durgan was very well known for these really nice gems that he was providing to the local jewelry stores, or jewel manufacturers, or jewelers, or whatever you want to call them. And so one of these guys approached the party and says, "Hey, Durgan hasn't been seen in a while. I've got folks that are waiting for their items to be made, and he's supposed to supply me with the gems, and he's been gone." So the party went to investigate, and they discovered that the house was infested with like oozes. They had gray oozes on the road. They had black oozes and ochre jellies in the house itself. Down below, they found that there was gelatinous cubes sort of going around and cleaning up the basement, if you will. And during their investigation, they discovered these old tunnels that were much older than the house that they were built under. And so they discovered that Durgan had apparently found a gem of some kind, and that gem was used to power some device that was spitting out all of these emeralds, if you will, because they're all greenish tinted gems. And so the party tried to load up all their pockets and stuff like that. Well, our favorite dwarven warrior walked in and was zapped by some green lightning that came out of the gem, and it just poof evaporated him, like it disintegrated him on the spot. And so the party wasn't sure if he had been disintegrated or maybe he got sucked into the gem. So they all went poking their way in, and they finally all said to hell with it and went in after the gem, and one by one they were all sucked up into what was apparently a demiplane, where they then faced what was known as an elder ooze, this huge massive glob of gunk that had its own demiplane. And the party, after a rather protracted battle, managed to destroy it. But in doing so, they were ejected out of the demiplane. And then they come to find out something even worse, that all of the gems that they had pocketed just sort of crumbled and turned to dust. And when they went to see the jeweler and tell him about it, apparently the jeweler had some unhappy customers who came back with the trinkets that he had made for them, because they too had fallen apart. And so the party sort of saved his bacon in that sense. But the deed was done. And so they continued on their way to go back to the inn. And on their way there, so you guys were, at the time you guys were in, where was that? Vostrin. As you guys are in Vostrin, you were confronted by a group of soldiers bearing the same markings as your very own Nilo from the Vursvard clan. And apparently, Nilo's sister was up to no good. At least that's the story I'm sticking to it. The Nilo's sister, Tassilia, was a member of the Presidential Palace Guard. Apparently, that was something that she had strived to achieve her whole life, and she finally managed to do it. But rumors have it that she partook in an assassination attempt on the hetman, the president of Perenland, while in supposedly supposed to be defending him in his palace in Schwarzenbrunn. She was involved with some sort of a covert or a coup attempt or something where somebody tried to kill him, and as such, her family was completely dishonored. And with the family dishonored, the clan was dishonored, and according to the law, they were exiled from their own clan. They were stripped of all rank and station, including Nilo's mother. And Nilo's mother was actually a part of a well-known group of female warriors who used to go and sort of they'd go into combat with the men, but their job was to shout insults at the men in an effort to make the men feel inferior and get angry and try to prove themselves, right? It was sort of like knocking them down and trying to get them to stand up and prove themselves in battle. And so it was a very, very prestigious group of female warriors that his mother was part of, and she was stripped of her rank and station as well, and they were all expelled from the clan, never to be seen again, lest this Nilo's sister be brought to justice before the clan elders. And so Nilo, undertaking that task, has led the group to a gnomish town on the other side of the Klatspur Mountains. It's on the side of the Vestvi, which lies on the other side of, and as you can see on the map, for those that are, I guess I should say, for those of you that are seeing the map on the stream, you can see they're in the town of Gildenhand, and they're there to seek out Greytooth. Now, Greytooth is a druid who saw much combat with Nilo, and so he sent word for them or to go there, and so they have sought him out. And at the end of our last session, the party had opened the door. They are in this sort of a druidic area on the outskirts of town where it borders the Vestvi forest proper. There's a little, like I said, a druidic circle there, and there were a bunch of huts and whatnot, and they were going to knock along these huts. And like I said, eventually they managed to discover the home of Greytooth, the druid. And so now the party has to figure out what in the Sam hell is going on. And so that's kind of where we pick up story once we actually have our players, because right now we have 2 of our players. But that's okay, because there's something that I wanted to bring out on the stream tonight. And for those of you that are here now, this will be sort of the first seeing of it. I don't know if Cannibal is out here on our stream or not, but he is the one who actually got the work done for me. So a while back, I was thinking, as the party, they are, the heroes of Kreistrich. And so if you look at Kreistrich, you can see that it's like right here in the center of our map. I'll double click on it here so you can see. So this is Kreistrich, and so that's where the party originally sort of started out, right? So let's go ahead, and I'm going to, have you guys logged into the yeah, there you are. So this is Kreistrich, the village that I created on my own for the party. And so it's nice. As they went along, I started as they sort of met people and went to places, I started adding to it. And so the whole goal of this campaign was they were going to start out here in Christchurch, maybe down the road move to other towns and cities like Traft. Traft is nearby, so that was my first thought. I would love to have a map of Traft. But one of the other things that the party did was on saving the village from the werewolves, which was their very first adventure. The village made a house for them, or they should say, there was an old house there that no longer occupied because its previous owner had been killed, and so the village, or the town of Kreistrich, since they were now the heroes of Kreistrich, elected to fund having this house built. And so I had this, I contracted to have this done, and this is kind of what the new house looks like. If you see the original house is really just everything except this little U-shaped bottom part. The original house is just the ground floor, the upper half of the ground floor. So we just added a bedroom here and we added a bedroom here just so we can kind of see, right? And then of course we built them an upstairs, so now that there's rooms for the entire party and stuff. So I had this contracted, but that was not enough of what I wanted to do. So as I told you, I was thinking about Traft. And so I went and there are some automated tools that you can do to kind of build cities and stuff. And I just started playing with one. I've done this several times in my games, whether they're online games or face-to-face. I've created city maps. And so I went and I created this map of Traft. And so this is what Traft to me would look like. It's a little bit different. Not sure, is that actually showing on the stream?
It's not showing on us
yeah,
and the stream.
Yeah, it's showing black here. Hang on just a second.
It's a token. It said on yours too.
Yeah, so let's do that. So let me just drag the adventures over here and we'll just, there we go. So this is actually a map of Traft, and I'm actually going to go in here and I'm going to go to and I go to lighting, and I'm going to unrestricted vision range. So let's go up here and we'll save those changes. Okay. So this is what I did. I did a sort of automated map of Traft, right? So I'm sure people have seen stuff similar. But out on Obsidian Portal, there's a guy or lady, I'm not sure if it was a guy or female, I just know the username, but they created this sort of an outline of, here's a list of the districts, here's a list of a bunch of places that are within town and stuff. And so what I did is I took this and I color coded where I think the districts, how they would break out. And so Trafstadt, Quagstadt, Mittelstadt, right? So it's all sort of Germanic based. But the bottom line is I put this together, and then I talked to Cannibal and I said, what can we do with this? And he says, hey, send me the map, the outline. And then he took a look at this and then compared it to what the World of Greyhawk map looked like on Traft. So if we go back to Parentland, and we kind of move Traft over here, you can see it actually sort of sits right on sort of a rounded area, as opposed to my map. Here, you can see where the water doesn't sort of match, right? So instead of here, the water should be coming up this direction over here, right? So anyway, bottom line is I talked to Cannibal and I says, hey, dude, what do you think we could do with this? And he says, leave it to me. I'll get it handled for you. And so what I am going to be unveiling tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is the first view of an actual campaign map of the city of Traft. And I would like for you all to take a look if it ever loads, because it is kind of a big map. I did upload the full version, so it's like a few megs, so this might take a second to load, even on my computer, which is relatively quick. So here we have the city of Traft.
Oh, might get copyrighted. Never mind.
Yep.
Oh, that's pretty. I like that.
And as we zoom in, you can see how far I can zoom in on this bad boy. So this is a city, and we have some places labeled. I believe I gave it to all the players on Discord, but I actually have a document that I put together based off of the Obsidian Portal draft. And I sent a message to the guy that created that stuff out there saying, hey man, I want to incorporate all your stuff on my map here, so let me know what you think. We could even put this out on Obsidian Portal, and for me it's free. I could care less. So you could steal this all you want. I give people copies all they want. But this was done by Cannibal, or if he didn't do it, he had somebody do it. But there's actually a few different versions, and I can show the players later some of the yeah. So Boyd, just so you know, the original this Traft Regions one, we'll go back here real quick. This Traft Regions one, this was actually auto-generated with a tool online. We just do cities, and I just kept mucking with it and mucking with it and mucking with it until it gave me something that sort of sat how I thought Traft could be. But all of these districts and stuff, I had to go in and color code those. And so I sort of read through the documentation or the website wiki of Traft that these guys did on Obsidian Portal, and I put I think these districts, this is how they could lay out, at least for me. They may have a completely different map already, but this is the one that I'm going with for me. But I'm really hoping they'll get back with me just so I can check it out. Yeah, thank you. So I think that's the same one that I did.
Yeah, it's the
Not
exact same
100%.
one.
Yeah.
They also have a world map generator too.
Yeah, exactly. So this is now our map of Traft. As you can see, we have the main gates here, and this is this spot right here is where you would be well known, Nilo, because if we go and we take a look at here, that's the first Oshigan headquarters, right? So that's the headquarters of the soldiery. So I just had them pick a few spots that were dictated in the Obsidian Portal. I didn't want to get too many, but I do have the PSDs, meaning for those that know the art files. We have the raw files, so we can actually add locations all we want. You can see there's the lower gate down here, and there's an upper gate on the north end of town. And then again, you can see how it bends around now. Unlike the original map that had land down this way, this sort of bends and it sits a little better, I think. So I just kind of wanted to launch this tonight just to let everybody see, the Royal Palace. What's that? Actually, that's gonna be my next one. I'm gonna actually give that to Cannibal and say, hey, think we could do something. Yeah, I think it is Incarnate. Because if Cannibal did it, I know it's Incarnate because he's doing a lot of Incarnate map stuff. But I'll talk to him about doing one for me for Kreistrich to kind of take that one and expand it. Maybe put a gate, or not a gate, but a wood wall around it, sort of like an old stockade type town. Because that's kind of what I really pictured it in the hills. I don't really think they're going to be. It's a mining community, so I think there's going to be some gates and whatnot. So, but anyway, I just thought that I would sort of launch that off tonight. For those that are here, I appreciate you guys. I definitely like any comments or feedback or anything, what you think. Cannibal is the one who provided all this, so all the glory goes to him. He of the multi-subscription dropping. But anyway, I just kind of want to give that to you guys because I feel that we go in and out of the city a lot recently, especially as we're moving up in levels and going on different adventures and stuff. So I thought it'd be
an oak leaf as their symbol.
What's that?
Who uses an oak leaf as their signature?
Me.
Not 100.
But high.
Oh, all right, well, yeah. I mean, that's his. Yeah.
Oh, because there's an oak leaf in the bottom right where a signature would normally be of the map.
Oh, yeah, could be. I don't know 100%. It also could be just a feather. I don't know. Good question, though. You should ask. But anyway, I thought you guys might be interested to see that before we get tonight's game kind of kicked off, and at the same time, it allowed me to waste a little bit of time to get the game going as we had people arriving slowly but surely. Adam, welcome. Hopefully work was okay for you.
Well, it was work, but I'm home
Yeah.
now, so that's what matters.
Yep. So I don't know if you caught any of what I said, but Cannibal took my rough outline of the city of Traft and built it into this beautiful incarnate map.
It certainly looks beautiful. I'm looking at it right now on
Yeah, it is nice. And I have,
Forge.
and I chose this one, but there's actually 4 different color schemes. There's some that are a little more pastel-y, muted type, but I actually like this one. I like the vibrant green on this one, so this is the one that I went with, at least
Looks
for
really good.
display purpose.
I go
But
grab
I
my
also have the
ball.
PSD.
I'll be back.
What's that?
You have the Photoshop document?
I do. Yep. So I have the PSD, so we can do stuff with it. So anyway, welcome everybody to tonight's episode of Heroes of Kreistrich. I appreciate it. I know that Monkey is still running late, so let us sort of pick up where we left off. As I said, when we last left off, you guys were in the town of Volstrin, having just come back from defeating the Elder Ooze. However, you were confronted by some clan members of the Vursvard clan, who Nilo, the Hundar clan, is sort of a subsect of the Vursvard clan. And so they were clansmen of, or family, if you will, of Nilo. However, Nilo's sister apparently did a no-no and was involved in an attempted assassination of the president of Perrinland, the Hetman, or the Vorman, I should say. And because of that, bringing dishonor upon her family and the clan has decided to strip everybody from Nilo's family of all rank and station and boot them out of the clan until such a time as they or somebody brings the sister to justice, and then they might be able to appeal the verdict. And so you guys pulled up your bootstraps, headed out on the road, and traveled through the Klatspur Mountains ranges to the east. And you have come down now. It is nighttime as you guys arrived in the town of Gildenhand. Working your way through town, you found the Druidic sect on the eastern edge of town, just at the edges of the gates where it begins to meet the Vestvi forest. And there in the Druidic area, you managed to find Greytooth, former soldier companion of Nilo, but now apparently tending the woods in this area. And the last scene that I believe we had is as you open the door and he saw you standing there. That's where we ended it. So, with that being said, let us try to delve in deeper in tonight's story to figure out just what the heck is going on as you guys now are invited into the small hut. It is not a big place. It's more of a studio apartment size structure, made naturally from trees and limbs and whatnot. Nothing is carved or apparently man-made. It all seems to be like think of it more of a large yurt that they have made and completely fashioned as you guys sort of step in through the low doorway into the combination living dining area. There is a small table there, a few chairs. There's barely enough room to fit all of you in there. But you are welcome as your host, Greytooth, sees Nilo, walks over to you and starts sniffing around you as a dog might sort of greet somebody, and he sort of looks at you in your eyes and, "Been a while. Come sit," as he walks over and grabs a chair.
sorry. I was grabbing something. I missed that.
Okay. As you step in, you see Greytooth wearing his druidic robes. Desmond, you see that he is a follower of Obad High. As he sort of looks over and he walks over to Nilo and starts sniffing you, much as a dog might sniff a new person or maybe somebody it thinks it knows, trying to get the scent. As he starts sort of sniffing all around you, making you feel slightly uncomfortable perhaps, as he comes around to the front, looking in your eyes, realizing that it is you, he says, "Been a while. Come sit. Come sit." As he walks back into.
And as awkward as ever. And she follows him in and goes to sit down. If there even is a seat. If not, she sits on the floor.
Well, yeah, there are manufactured type chairs that are made from looks like natural twigs and stuff. Nothing that's been carved or cut or anything like that. It's all like natural, kind of woven together, padded with leaves and whatnot to enable you to sort of sit. But like I said, it's like a big yurt, just barely enough to fit the 6 of you. Your henchman and your dog, Desmond, are remaining outside as you guys enter in to meet with Greytooth. So he pours you some kind of herbal tea of some kind. You can see the heat rising off it, so it is hot as he pulls it right off the fire. He murmurs something under his breath, sips. Suddenly you see his hand go up behind his shoulder and he starts scratching himself behind the ear, and as he does, his leg starts going. And then he stops. He goes, kind of, his eyes sort of refocus. He goes, "Why are you here?" Oh, I remember, I think. Why don't you tell me to make sure?
I don't suppose you've seen my sister recently, have you, Cecilia?
His face kind of goes dark. "There is an evil spreading across this land. I fear she may have been stricken with it."
Elaborate.
You know who the Great Protector is? Have you ever heard of the Great Protector?
I have not. What about, I don't know if she would have. There's a lot of different things that could be that.
Go ahead, Desmond, give me a nature check with advantage. So you have heard of this Great Protector in stories. Yeah, Nilo, you Great Protector, he's a druid, probably some nature thing. That's about the best you could.
I don't know what it is. I've heard the name mentioned maybe once or twice, but
Desmond, you know that the Great Protector is actually sort of well, the stories are that this being came to the earth around the same time that the elves and the pixies and other creatures came from their planes of existence and kind of got deposited here. So the stories that you have heard is that the Great Protector is sort of an ancient fae kind of a creature of some sort, that literally is, think of it as like a uber druid, right? So whether it's a god or a demigod or it's just a really powerful fae, regardless, it is a protector of the forest. So those are sort of the stories that you've heard. So nobody's heard of the Great Protector. And he starts sort of humming, and he begins sort of mumbling and muttering. And after a little bit, he's like, the Great Protector, for thousands and thousands of years, has saw to it that the evils in the forest are kept away from our lands. We, as he sort of spreads his arms, indicating the druids in the area or the druids of the village or whatever, we have seen this creature in our dreams when we drink the drink and smoke the smoke. We have the visions as we walk amongst the fae of the woods, and we see the Great Protector. He always takes the form of a great stag. Well, something has begun to go wrong. There is a darkness, a blackness, a death that I see when I see the Great Protector in my dreams. And unfortunately, those of my sect are afraid, and they have run, leaving me to keep the evil at bay. And unfortunately, I do not think I am strong enough, for the evil is growing. I am not sure, but I know that there is a place deep within the woods. We have all seen it in our visions, but we all mistook that it was some evil artifact that we were to stay away from. But I believe that maybe this artifact isn't meant to be shied away from, but that we must claim this artifact that we might save our Great Protector. And so this evil that has spread, I believe it is not just here. I believe it has made it through the mountains, and I think your sister may have been inflicted with whatever evil it is that's starting to spread its tendrils from within the mountains into the surrounding lands.
Did you see her recently?
No, I have not seen her, but in my dreams, I sensed her. I sensed you. But with her, there was a corruption that I could not begin to describe to you. It is an evil beyond evils, like something from the ancient past is beginning to bubble up and surface once again. But I think that if we find this artifact, I believe that it will aid us in our quest, and perhaps even save your sister if we might drive the evil from her.
She rubs her temple a little bit. We got a map. We got a map with us that extends past the mountains, right, guys? She says, looking back behind her to the others.
I don't know if anybody remembers.
Could you
I don't know of
repeat
any
that
map.
thing Nilo says? You were really quiet.
Might need to turn me up a little bit.
I have you at 200% already, yeah.
I have you at 200%. Okay. Is everyone else having trouble hearing me?
A little quiet,
weak,
but
I
not too
can,
bad.
yeah, I can hear you. Not too bad.
Alright.
I just didn't catch the last thing, that's all.
Do we have a map that extends past the mountains this way?
I actually don't know. My player doesn't know the answer to that question.
I know we have a map. I don't know how far out it expands.
Yeah, it went. Sorry, it went into. It's about what you can see on the VTT.
Okay, so we have a map of more or less the entirety of Pearland.
Yeah, there's no details on anything anywhere, but it's just like, this forest, this mountain. Here's a village.
Gotcha. And we've more or less been putting our own stuff on there as we go, keeping track of stuff.
Mhm.
Okay.
Would make sense, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to pull out a map. And,
Dungeon Master.
Yep.
While he's pulling out that map and looking at into the details of this, Having listened to this story and having known that this evil that afflict her kind of seemed to have compelled this individual to attempt an assassination of like a important political figure,
Right.
are there any occult or arcane creatures that kind of fit this sort of MO, kind of setting up in an area and corrupting the people within them, but with a very clear intent of destroying like power structures?
Give me a history.
Sure, absolutely.
You sound a little out of breath there. Are you okay?
Sorry, I've been running up and down the stairs in my new place, taking care of a couple things while I'm listening.
I should have asked you how's the new place.
New place is great, much better, much improved over my previous position.
Good.
I'll add a guidance on this.
Okay.
It's a 23.
Yeah, whatever. So everybody knows the history of the land, and the only thing that would come to mind in your case, as far as like historical purposes, is Igwilf, who
A witch.
1,000 years ago subjugated Paranland, and it was definitely within her MO to send in people to assassinate leaders of other groups or whatever, many times kidnapping them so that she could like kill them face to face. Right. So she definitely has, but she was destroyed by the armies like almost 1,000 years ago. So for it to be her would be kind of like, oh.
Oh, so she's not she's not a like a perpetual being or a god. She was a.
Not that anybody knows. No, she would. Well,
Okay.
To be honest, people say that she was the daughter of a demon. Right, but that's just like legend, right? So was she or was she not? They say that. Yeah, they say that she and Ayus have some kind of an affiliation of some kind, right? And people know that he's sort of a demon. So.
When you said witch, are you talking about generic woman cast, or are you talking about like you talking about the witch trope with all the evil
Oh no, she was.
Mm-hmm.
She
Hag.
is. Yeah, she's like
Okay.
a haggy demonic witch.
All right, so
She's not. She's not just like a hedge witch. She's like demonic.
Okay, so in that case, 100%, she could easily have some type of method of extending her life cycle past being,
of course,
mortally killed.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
this is like a level above, like, you know, this is not like wizard, like magic use or like this kind of stuff we experience.
I was double checking that. just have to make sure what you're talking about. Like,
yeah, the legend of Igwilf,
and
like I said, it took a lot of powerful arcanists to take her down and destroy her. So again, the mere thought of the fact that if she could be alive, or if this was even something related to her, kind of sends tingly oh shits down your spine.
Yeah. I think Pavisco not having any sort of evidence to support his theory at this point is probably... He would definitely have said the witch out loud, but kind of under his breath. But at this point, he won't really elaborate those thoughts until he has like more to go on.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll history too, because
okay.
I don't know, but like I said, she was raised by an elven tribe, so there's elves carry stories all the time. So maybe there's
Oh, that's totally fine. It's fine.
The gods tell me quit fishing.
Again, you don't know. You just you don't you know that Paranland has been subjugated by evil before.
Many times.
You know that the Urflan subjugated the land using the totem that you recently destroyed.
Yeah.
You know that the evil witch queen subjugated the land. You know that Ayus has had his claws trying to dig at Paranland for centuries. So yeah, it could be anything. This is just
these tough warriors. Okay.
Yep.
So she's going to present the map and goes, "Can you possibly mark an area that the shrine might be in this artifact?"
Yeah, and he sort of draws in the map, and it's really not that far away from where he's at. So it's like literally right here where I'm sort of clicking on the map, right before the border between the Wood Elves and the Gnome Hills, right? So it's like kind of like right there where Praviskar was at, right? So like right there with the river, right in that area, right? So just above that. So
Okay.
yeah. So it's not really that far. It's probably maybe a 6 or 8 hour trek through the forests, as long as you don't get lost in the forest, because this forest, the Vestvi forest, is very thick with ancient trees. A very thick canopy. It's sort of like what was the wood in Lord of the Rings that they were traveling through? Kind of like one of those type of forest, right? Where it's very thick ancient trees with a heavy canopy that keeps it very shaded down below and stuff. So
Does he say that?
no, you know that. You can see it
Okay.
from where you're at. You can literally see it.
Will you be joining us, or will you be staying here? With
No, I must stay here and tend here. However, yes, I believe that, and I can send word, or you can send me word, through my animals. I will send them to go with you, and should you have need, you can send word to me, or if I have need, I can send word to you, and you can just be on the lookout for my animals.
Desmond can speak with the animals as well, if I recall, right, Desmond? I think I've seen you do that a couple times.
Desmond
sure
will
he
have
does.
to look.
I thought I could have swore you had speak with animals as well.
Yeah, I thought you were using that to train to make it easier to train the dogs.
Yeah.
I thought it was too, but I have Beast Bond here. I don't know what that is.
No, we got that. No, Beast Bond was actually, you said if I have Beast Bond, because I think that was, I forget what book that was in, but you said, hey, if I have Beast Bond, won't that give me like advantage when I am trying to train them, or whatever
Yeah,
the case may be?
Okay, but it's not speak with animal though.
But I could have
it does
swore you
allow
had,
direct communication.
yeah, that's what I thought. But that's only with the creature that you are bonding with.
Yeah,
A tailback
range
link
of
with
touch.
a beast. Yeah, range of touch. Has to have under 4, and you can telepathically communicate simple emotions and concepts back to you. So yeah, absolutely. Anyway, so it's not really a true speak with animals, but it is a communicate with a specific animal.
Ah, my bad, misunderstanding.
Okay.
Would you? Okay then. Would there be anything that you're aware of that we should be careful of in these forests then?
Yes, there is evil. I am telling you. I would
Aside,
I would keep an eye on the tracks that you may find. I have discovered humanoids are in the region as well. Perhaps orcs or ogres, I'm not sure. Some of the feet, I think it's probably orcs, but I have seen some rather large footprints as well that could be ogres. I would.
thank you for the heads up. Um, have you seen recently any sensations of where my sister may have gone?
I do not. If she is with the creatures that are beginning to infest our woods, I have no doubt that you will find her soon enough.
Last question. When I was met by the honor guard to inform me of an attempted of her acts, he called you out specifically, saying to find you. Is there something I should know?
Not that I am aware. I had no idea that your family knew that I was alive. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps she had said something to them. I do not know.
Thank you. Those gears are turning now. now I'm starting to think that perhaps it wasn't just her. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there any other questions anyone else has?
No, no,
Not I.
Ragnar, Tarikas.
Pretty sure they can't say anything.
We gagged him because we got tired of listening to him talk.
Mhm.
Okay, alright. Just gonna hold out a hand. It was a pleasure meeting you again, Greytooth.
Yes, yes, yes. As he sort of scratches behind his ear. Something to eat, perhaps. And he breaks out, hands you all little bowls of nuts and berries and leaves of some kind or whatever. Very good, very good. Yes, yes, very good.
She's gonna take the bowl graciously instead. When he holds out a hand expecting to get shook, instead there's a bowl placed in it. She shrugs and just, starts taking a few bites.
So it is nighttime. You guys are welcome to stay in the druid circles, but you'd have to sleep on the ground. Obviously, you couldn't sleep in any of the yurts.
I will set up
Or-
a camp with me and the guys.
I was going to say, you guys did see that there were a few inns and whatnot in the as you guys are coming through, like the Dapper Cabbage. Well, that was a pub. You guys saw a place called the Silent Hammer, and another one was the Overrated Rabbit. You guys saw a few places. So again, if you want to just sleep in comfort, you could. But if not, you can obviously make camp here as well.
Ain't no harm in that. Unless the rest of us want to really go find a bed back in the gnome village. I'm fine with camping out here in the circle.
Okay. Looking for something here real quick. Sorry. Okay. All right. So, if you have not already, we are going to advance the clocks. Let me get my maps open here. Say my thing, and we are going to advance the clocks by 1 day.
We have our horses again, right?
Yes, you guys came in with your horses. So this is the clock. It is now the 25th day of flock time, common year 586. It is God's day. It is a day of prayer, a day of rest, as they say. As you guys awaken, the morning is relatively cool, probably low 50s perhaps, a partly cloudy sky, although no precipitation appears. It's just a little bit partly cloudy. As you awake and you have your breakfast, give yourselves a long rest if you have not already done so. I'm going to do so for these guys if I can remember how to do it, because it's been so long since I've done. Oh yeah, it's underneath the hit dice. Click long rest, and we rest. And I'm going to do the same thing for Ragnar. Ragnar takes a long rest.
Ignore that. I'm trying to find which button did what again.
Oh, okay. All right. So you guys awake as you find yourselves standing near the gates leading out of town. The road itself leads into the woods. You don't know how far it goes, though, because it twists and turns through the thick trunks around the large roots and whatnot as you look into the dimming darkness of the woods beyond. What do we want to do? Are we going to just head right into the woods, or are we going to stay in town to do stuff first? What do we want to do?
I'm okay going right in, so it's up to them.
I doubt I'm gonna be able to sell armor and buy a warhammer in this town, right? Or would that be available here?
It's actually a fairly large town. Not quite on the size of Traft, but sort of like Tinkerholm. It's a large mining community, primarily gnomish in stock, although there are a lot of humans and a few elves running about, and obviously mixed race of elf and human, half elf, I should say.
What is Desmond's henchman armed in, wearing for armor?
I believe.
One has a chain shirt, and the other two have studded leather, I believe.
Do you
Let's
want
see.
chainmail for one of them? I have my old chainmail. It's the heavy armor variant.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're proficient in heavy armor.
Yeah. Good call. I don't think so either.
Hey, monkey, what's up?
Hey, dude.
Because
Yeah.
if they are,
I'm sorry.
if they are
Eddie has
capable of doing
splint.
it-
Sorry, Eddie has splint. Garth has splint. Yeah, they all have splint right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, armor class 17, armor class 17, and armor class 17. If I recall, I forgot where you got it, but I know you got splint armor for all of them. So it's a little heavy, but they're able to wear it.
Splint is AC 16. The chainmail is AC 16 plus their dex. So
Yeah.
it's your call there. If you don't want to give it to them, then I'm gonna go ahead and sell it pretty much.
Go ahead and sell it.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna pretty much sell that. I'm going to see if I can have somebody repair my Warhammer. If
Okay.
not, then I'll just replace it.
Well, they can repair it, but it's going to take a few days.
Oh. Yeah, I'll just buy a new one. Warhammers aren't
Okay.
that much.
Okay, so go ahead and you're able to sell it at a 10% loss. So whatever the cost of the chainmail is minus 10% is
I
what
actually,
Hmm?
I'm wondering if I'm with my smithing tools might be able to, or my tinker's tools, which are designed for
Wait.
repairing stuff.
Do you have mending?
I don't have mending,
Oh.
but what is the nature of the damage to your
Acid.
warhammer?
It's corrosive.
Right, but there's like obviously like a metal. If you have like a metal like warhead, like the head of your hammer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's still a big chunk of metal that you're hitting someone with. So I imagine like something that's a negative to like your ability to hit things has got to be like some sort of weakness that prevents you from maybe in the half that prevents you from swinging all the way,
It's
or
actually
perhaps
minus to damage.
right. Okay. So let me just ask the DM this.
Mhm.
Would Paviskro, being an artificer, have any ability to repair this perhaps in a shorter period of time? Because specifically, I have no other shit I have to deal with at that point in time. Whereas
I am
smiths are probably
I am
pretty
gonna
busy.
say a DC 13 check. You would be able to do so in a day.
What kind of check would this be? Like my intelligence smith tools?
Yeah, whatever the Smith Tools check is. So that
Right.
is a DC 13. You would be able to repair it within a day.
All right, so I'll use my intelligence plus proficiency for that, plus guidance. So 2, 3, 7 plus 1d4. So with a 16,
Nice. Yep. So you would be able to work on it. You got, again, the problem is that you would have to spend your time working on it. Which means I don't necessarily know you could work on it with your tools while you guys are moving through the forest.
Probably not, but
Yeah.
if let me think about this for a second. Hold on. I mean, I suppose it would depend on like the nature of the repair.
Right. So
Um,
basically, it was acid from the
Acid from the ooze.
and what it did is it basically it corroded the fasteners between the head and the haft, and so it does, when it strikes, it doesn't strike as solidly as it used to.
it's kind of loose
therefore-
and it wiggles around in the.
Right, exactly.
Okay,
So-
so it's
So I'm
more-
gonna say this. I'm gonna say that you could spend 2 hours of time at the end of the day or whatever, 3 hours of time at the end of the day, manufacturing a new fastener for it, removing the old fastener, putting a new one in, shoring it up or whatever is taken. But it'll take you about a good 3 hours to do. So you could do that anytime during the day where you're not actively moving along the trail.
Sure.
And if I'm going out to go like sell my chainmail or something, then that's plenty of time to do it then.
Mm-hmm.
So you
I-
guys,
I
Okay,
imagine
so-
there's a small like monetary cost, but like a fraction of what it costs to buy a new Warhammer.
yeah,
Um,
I would say that the material cost is going to be a couple silver pieces.
Yeah, so I suppose Nyla would probably have to source those materials real quick, but once they do, I'd be
15
more than
gold.
happy to.
15 gold for a new Warhammer, couple silver for 15 silver for new fasteners.
No, it would cost. Yeah, exactly. It costs you two silver pieces to procure the fasteners and stuff.
Yep.
Necessary
That
to do the repair.
Yep.
And again, when you're selling stuff, you lose 10%, right? So whatever
Okay,
the cost.
It's 90% the base cost. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Alrighty, let's do that then.
All right. So if that's the case, we're gonna say 3 hours into the day. So now by 10 o'clock in the morning, Perviskro has managed to fix your Warhammer. You have managed to sell your chainmail, a Nilo. And you guys can now be off into the woods if you want. A little bit later start in the day, but is what it is. I just want to make sure you guys know or what we're going to be doing. Anybody? Euler?
Yep.
Euler?
Sounds good to me.
Oh yeah, I was typing stuff. Okay, got my money in here. Took mine out for the repairing the Warhammer, which I gave to Praviskro, and yeah, everything's going good.
Okay.
I got 7 rations. Don't think we need any more rations with Desmond helping us out with stuff, right?
I can cast Goodberry every day, which will feed you for the day.
Yeah. So, yeah, they're just the old rations we originally had, and I just regularly made sure I had 7 still. Yeah, I got everything I need.
Okay.
Rest of us got everything else we need, and I guess that means we're good to go.
Okay. You guys gather your belongings, set out upon your horses as you move your way eastward out of Gildenhand and into the Vestvi forest proper. As I said before, it's an ancient woods with heavy, thick-boughed oaks stretching up to the sky, a thick canopy that sort of shades you below, the occasional stream of light coming through, and you can see kind of like the picturesque of the light streaming through with the dust particles sort of floating in the air, the sounds of nature beginning to fully encompass everything around you as you move into the woods itself. I am going to need, please, a survival with advantage, please, from Desmond, as you guys move through the woods trying to follow the path.
Shift was advantage, control was disadvantage, and alt is for versatile. You happen to have a weapon that does that.
So, okay. Myself here. Here we go. As you guys move your way through the woods. Oh no, where is it? Oh, this is a different one. I forgot. I forgot that I'm looking for my music. Sorry, I apologize. Where is it? There we go. My party's not even on there. So let us do that.
Would it be nice if the players could just drag themselves onto the map?
I thought you guys should be able to. I don't know why you're not.
I don't
As
see it.
what's that? I'm just trying to set everything up now because there's a random encounter occurs.
Yeah, I'm not seeing nothing. I just tried to. I went to the actor search and I tried to drag Nilo over and I can't drag him over.
Let's put you guys. Everybody should be able to see onto the map now, right?
Yes.
Everybody see the map except for Nilo, right?
I can see it fine.
Okay. I am.
There's a little circle down here. I hope that wasn't supposed to be a trap or something.
Huh? No. No, the only thing that I've got right now is I dropped everybody on there. Now I have to get the monsters, so. Okay, I don't know why it says these.
Desmond, you restocked your arrows, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, good.
In fact, I got a second quiver of arrows.
Oh, okay.
So I have.
Quivers.
Oh, that's because I'm a Samuel right now. I'm like, where did that come from?
Oh shit.
All right. So we have this set up now. As you guys are moving through the forest, you're sort of watching, and your sharp ears pick up this humming sound, and suddenly flowing out of the woods all around you, these massive swarms of wasps come swooping out of the trees from down and above, swarming in and around all of you. We got to add.
Oh shit.
So, as we begin combat, I am going to roll for the NPCs. And I need for everybody to roll initiative, please.
Oh, now we roll it. We don't. Oh, you took out the carousel. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody rolls their own initiative this time. And I am going... I'm going to take the... Sorry, I need to... Stop. There we go.
No, I will never stop.
I am just removing the non-combatants that I should not have selected. Remove that combatant, and move that combatant, and remove that combatant. That is everybody. So I am going to roll now for Ragnar. For Viskro, it didn't roll for you. Did you not roll?
I
Adam?
think he did. Is he not there?
Sorry, I was muted. I rolled a manual dice roll. I rolled a 15.
Okay.
Did we roll? Did we get a rest before any of this?
Yeah.
We
All of us except you.
Yeah, except for Tarikas. He's the only one that didn't get a chance to rest.
Okay,
was
well,
out
no
partying.
healing for nobody. Sorry.
he was out partying all
That's
night.
what good berries are for.
All right.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
As the wasps come swooping in, and I'm going to do a random... It's either going to be Desmond, Perviskro, or Tarikas. So I'm going to do a percentage roll, 30% for each, 33% for each. So it is actually attacking Tarikas.
I'm glad these wasps aren't like Pathfinder swarms that just, fly through an area and only AoE attacks and hurt them.
Probably it does. I just don't know that.
They are.
All right. So the
You just
one
swing your
target in the
warhammer through the
swarm
swarm, and
space
it'll hit like a
person or-
dozen of them.
Yeah, right?
Yep. All right. So let us. As the swarm goes in, and Tarikas's armor fortunately manages to cover enough for him. Desmond, you're up.
Oh, I don't like this. Hmm. I don't
Oh,
think
good,
Zone of
Marianne.
Truth. I don't think Zone of Truth is going to do anything to these guys.
Never know.
Swinging a sword at them doesn't seem too useful. I am going to disengage.
Okay.
There we go.
Disengaged.
I noticed only one wasp rolled initiative.
Yeah, I was wondering why that was done too, so I want to see.
I thought you were removing them all at the same time.
No, that was my fault. They should not have, but I'll just roll for them here. Yeah, that's fine. At least they're...
Ah.
Alright.
Lovely.
Yep, so we're good.
What's their dex?
What's their dex? I don't know. What is their dex? Alright.
I don't know.
Next.
Mine's a 12. I think the wasp goes before me.
Yeah, it does. He got a 14. Oh yeah, no, you're right. Theirs is a 13.
Yeah, they go before me.
Yep.
Barely, but
And it's actually, it doesn't show it on here, but actually it puts them, whoever has the higher dex, it'll put them in that order.
that. All right, that is cool. Okay.
Alright, so Desmond has
I just pressed the order.
disengaged. Zoom out a little so everybody can see where Desmond's at down there. And the next wasp, as it flows in, swarms over Nilo.
Maybe I should have wore a helmet.
It is a 20. As you suffer 8 hit points of piercing damage from the wasp as they swarm all over you. Nilo, you are up.
All right.
Hang on a second. You took 8 off yourself?
Yeah.
I was going to say because it automatically took the 8 off.
Oh, okay. I'll just put that back on for then.
Yeah, because right now it's saying you only have 20 hit points. So you should have had out of 44, yeah. You only took 8, so you should have 36. I don't know why you did it 3 times. Yep,
I've been my bad at some point.
that's fine. That's fine. I just
Okay.
want to make sure that we're good.
All
Okay.
right. First, my dragon's gonna give me advantage by flying through them.
Okay.
And I am going to shoot it with a cantrip.
Okay. Three hits for 9 hit points of fire damage. Nicely done. Anything else? If not, Tarikas,
Nope.
you are up.
Okay.
Okay, there is a
Tarikas.
swarm of wasps right in front of you and Praviskro.
Sorry to interrupt, but didn't Nilo and Tarikas get like a 14 and 13 on initiative?
Yes.
I got a 15.
It only
I
showed
got
13 for
13.
you.
You said yeah. You rolled on me. Yeah, you never.
Oh, you know what? You are correct. My fault. All right. So I must have hit a 13 instead of 15. Because I had to roll yours and then I had to change it because
Got
I
it.
rolled for the thing. So
Yeah, I don't
go
see
ahead.
the initiative tracker anyway. That's so I'm kind of
Yeah,
confused. But
that's fine. All right. Go ahead.
Click
Yep.
on the fist.
Praviskro, go ahead and go. Let
chat.
Praviskro go and then Tarikas will go.
yeah, absolutely. So I'd like to draw like an angled kind of cube here and try to cast web on these 2 wasp swarms. You give me a group of insects, so I kind of really need to like
Okay.
use web on them. It seems the obvious solution. I don't think I can actually rotate a cube here, but obviously, like in space, you could.
You can catch me if you like. I probably
No,
not gonna
it's like this is like one side of the cube, basically, is what I'm trying to say here. You see what I'm saying?
Yep, I think so.
So
We're picking up what you're putting down.
I don't know how to draw it in this system because I don't use this system, but here, I could draw a polygon with like this. So like this is the idea here.
I think if you just cast web, it'll actually just show.
It
Where
will,
that
but it
lands.
snaps the grid. That's the
Yeah.
problem.
That's fine. We can still move Nilo if necessary. We know what you're trying to do. You just drop it somewhere and then have it cast on the.
Yeah, it's just been a month since I've used this program, and you guys
Yeah.
have made changes. So I'm trying to find how to do all this stuff again.
I don't know that I've made
So if I
that many changes. I did get rid of a couple things that were causing a lot of problems.
so to represent this, I'll just kind of put it like half in the square, I guess.
Okay, that's fine.
So
That's
like
perfect.
that.
Yep, that's perfect. And
The flag.
yep. So let's see.
Nothing happens till their turn.
Yeah.
Joke's on you. There's spider wasps.
If the webs aren't, well, I guess it definitely could be anchored with all the trees around
Yeah.
here. So we'll give
It
that.
was my understanding there was a lot of
Yep.
trees around here.
Yep. Okay. Each creature must make a dexterity on a fail that's restrained. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Good. Is that it for you?
And Paviscro, I don't know why I can't move my character. There we go. It's gonna move. I'm trying to move and it's not letting me move. There we go. Nope.
Oh, there you
You're
go.
messing around
Right
with,
there. It's
You're
just.
messing around with the measuring tool. Make sure you're on the square.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
moved back to it, but then it wouldn't let me move until I did it like 5 times. But it's fine. I'm over. I just taking a few steps back to kind of
Okay.
create a little bit of distance.
All right. Now, Nilo.
She did the firebolt.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right.
I
That's
hit it
right.
with fire.
Now, Tarikas. Thank you.
Oh, now it's my turn.
That's right. It's not my fault that you got here late.
It is. It's not your fault. You're correct. All right. So, Tariq is going to go forward. He's going to say, brothers, behold the light. And he's going to strike his hammer down and do a word of radiance.
We're at
That's a constitution save.
on which one?
Word of radiance.
I understand that, but you're only attacking one. There's three.
Oh,
different
it's everything around me. That is, I can see. It's a circular attack. It's,
Creatures he chooses within 5 feet of him.
Okay, perfect. So they have to make a what save?
a constitution.
First one.
That one made it.
15.
That's
Saved.
the 15.
Yep. And then this one. He failed.
Almost had a 16.
I know.
All
So
right.
how much
All
damage?
right. Which one is it? The bottom one or the top one?
Yeah, the bottom one.
All right, it's 2 to 6, and I will cast it right now. Roll.
Nice. 6 hit points of damage.
And that is my turn.
So just so you know, if you right click and target both of those creatures, and then you cast Word of Radiance, in the chat it says save DC 15, so you can click that and it'll roll the saving throws for the two creatures, and then it'll automatically update the creatures with the damage. So all you have to do is select the creatures and cast the spell, and then click that little save DC 15 that shows inside the Word of Radiance, and then if they fail, then they would they'd have the
Did you say right click on the creatures to select them?
Yeah, if you right click and then click the target, so then you target both the creatures, cast the spell, it'll cast the spell on the creatures, and then in the chat, poof, you see it went off.
Yeah.
Right?
To be clear, it's a double right click, Monkey.
Oh, okay.
Well, you don't have to double right click. You just if you right click and then select target, either way.
We don't get that option as players.
Really?
Nope,
That's
we have to
kinda
double
stupid.
right click to
It has
select
be,
it.
it has to be. You can only get to tokens that you control.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that being said, that's it for Monkey.
Yes, sir.
as Ragnar moves up. Gonna target. And he's just gonna swing.
Actually, if you could move that to the left a little bit where that centers over me, it would be more accurate. Just if you wanted to know, FY. I put it in the wrong spot.
That's alright. As he is going to come up with his warhammer. Yeah. And he misses with an 8.
Blarg.
I'm not really sure about the just forget which one it is, how to select it. I'm not going to worry about it right now because I always forget. I don't know why I tell myself I'm never going to forget, and then I always forget. All right, has the last swarm.
Don't worry, that comes with getting older.
Yeah, no. Has to roll his dexterity saving throw. 17. As he passes his dexterity saving throw. As he escapes. Comes swarming over to Paviskro.
Fair enough.
Yay! Fair enough, not. As it rolls an 11, doing no damage to the time wizard.
It's just how it is.
Yep, back to the top of the order as this attacks Ragnar. First one. Misses Ragnar. Stupid wasp. I got a better creature than that next time. Raviskro, you are now up.
All right. With this one in melee, did this one succeed on its stick? Oh, it didn't get a turn yet.
Yeah, that one there hasn't gotten a turn yet.
I'm just gonna cast a quick magic missile at the swarm in front of me.
Okay.
Should only deal 6 points of damage to this one right here.
It is. That it for you?
My familiar will grant the next one to attack this one down here advantage.
Okay. All right. Desmond, you're up.
Okay. This may take me my turn or maybe the next turn. I'm going to grab a torch from one of the guys here.
Okay.
I'm going to light it, but then I'm going to try to... I'm trying to make it smoke more than be on fire.
Okay.
So I guess I'm going to like douse it in torp grass from the ground here or wet leaves
Okay.
or whatever we have here.
Okay.
And my plan is to probably next turn go over here and try to subdue the swarm with smoke,
Okay.
like you say beekeepers do.
Okay.
I don't know if that
Try
works
that.
on wasps, but it's
We
my
can give it
plan.
a try. Okay, we can give it a try. And that would take 2 turns. So the first turn, I will allow you to do what you need to do and then move half your distance if you want.
Okay.
So you can be closer.
Here we go.
And then by next turn, you'll be able to bring your smoking gun in. All right, this one has to roll his dexterity saving throw. What's the save again, the DC? No, he didn't make it anyway. Fails. He is restrained, unable to attack anything as the bees are all stuck. All we need now is a spider. Nilo, you're up. The swarm in front of you is restrained, so you have advantage on your attack should you so desire to attack it.
I will be attacking that same one. Cast a cantrip back. For 11 damage, and then my eagle is going to and my dragon is going to fly through the one attacking Paviskro.
Okay. All right. So for Viscero, you will have advantage on the one near you, should it still be there.
Yeah, it
On
flies
your turn.
around the webs, by the way, just making that clear.
Yeah, I kind of figured. All right. Tarikas, you're up.
All right, I'm trying to figure out how to do multiple targets, but I'm failing miserably. I can select one, I just can't select 2 for some reason.
You should be able to target too. Just double, like I said, did you double right click them? Oh, here we go. I'm gonna get rid of this.
Yeah,
Hold-
but it
hold-
switches.
hold Shift when you double right click, and it'll let you select the second one.
All right, there we go. Shift. All right. All right. Well, once again, Tariq is gonna say, "Behold the light." He's gonna do yeah. Let me see here. Click me. Go to spells. Border radiant. Okay. Oh, what happened? I did border radiant, so I roll or
Yeah, if you just click on the, should be able to just, if you mouse over where it says Word of Radiance and then click the dice, it should roll it for you.
so hit roll dice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go, and now, so now, and if you look in the chat, it says save DC 15 Constitution.
Got
Right?
it.
So if you click on that, it'll roll the save for the two creatures. For some reason, it just did it as eagle. That's not what we want. Let's do here.
That was my bad. I clicked it. I didn't
Yep.
realize I could do that.
Yep. So the first one, I don't know. Did it take it off? Yep, it sure did. And
Uh-oh.
we've got,
And I
Yep.
believe they're supposed to take maybe more damage if they're damaged already, but let me double check.
I think that's a different. That's
A total
Dead.
dead.
yeah, that's a different spell. That's Toll the Dead, yeah. All right, so it took it off for both of them. Is that a double check? I don't know. Yeah, it did. Okay. All right. Is that it for Trikus?
And that is.
As Ragnar winds up, take aim. Once again with his Warhammer. 16 hits. 6 hit points of damage. It took it off. Nicely done. As this swarm once again targets Praviskro. $13. Its bites miss once again. Damn it.
Thank God for armor.
Irritating me. I know, man. We need to get rid of the wizard's armor. As this swarm attacks, swarming down upon Tarikus. Pretty sure that's not going to hit either.
I have a deep woods off on my skin, so
Is that what it is? All right, Praviskru, you're up, and you do have advantage on the one attacking in front of you.
Absolutely. I guess we will. In order to actually take advantage of that advantage, I'm going to take a step back. It's going to get an opportunity attack. Although, yeah. And I'll just pop a firebolt at it. See what happens. Go ahead and make your attack if you want. If it chooses to use its reaction that way.
Yeah, of course it will.
Sure.
Nope. 10 misses.
I have advantage, so I'm going to add an extra 20 on there. So let's see what
Okay.
the extra d20 will do. 17.
17. Oh, yep, that hits. Only
All right.
6 hit points of damage.
6. That's actually, sorry, 10, because I hit a 22 for 10 with my first one. That was the insect bite.
Oh,
that
yeah.
was 6.
Gotcha. You're right.
6
Okay.
for 10.
Yeah, 10.
Yeah. Yeah,
oh,
and I think it
that
already
is-
dealt it.
Yep, it did. That is correct. All
All
right.
right,
Nicely
awesome.
done.
Thank
All
you.
right. Desmond.
Okay, I'm going to move over here calmly. And for some reason, clicking on the stream is not moving my character. I can't imagine why that is. I'm going to-
Because. There you go.
I'm going to move forward slowly and trying to get as much smoke as possible into the swarm
Okay.
with the torch.
Okay. go ahead and roll it to hit.
Okay, I'm going to use my longsword to hit.
Okay, that's fine.
Which it won't let me do until I target something, apparently.
Remember,
kinda
if you
weird.
hold Alt, it'll swing with the D10 damage instead of the D8.
All right. So, yep. And so instead of 5, I'm going to do, well, go ahead and roll a D4 for the damage for this from the smoke.
All right.
Because you did hit, the smoke does affect it, but it only does a little bit of damage. You can see that it definitely affects the you can definitely see that the smoke is affecting the wasps as it sort of drives some of them away. Not quite as big of a swarm as it was, but it doesn't like completely wipe them out like you had hoped.
Okay.
As this swarm is going to again try its dexterity. No, it's strength now after it fails on the web, right? Correct me.
So once it's restrained in the webs, it can use an action to make a strength check.
Okay.
To try to escape.
Ooh, 15 as it escapes.
That looks like an 11 to me.
Oh.
A 15 on the dice, -4.
Oh, I forgot. You're right. Thank you. I was looking at oh my God, I just saw the dice roll and then like, oh crap, there's a -4. Stupid.
Yeah, I think it's gonna still be restrained there, have disadvantage on its attacks and give us advantage.
Whatever. All right.
With die ropes.
Nilo. Stupid rules. All right, Nilo, you're up. That would be you, Nilo. There she goes. She comes.
Yeah, buddy.
Through.
Um,
Firebolt hit. Which one did you hit? The one right in front of you?
yeah.
Oh yeah.
An advantage on the one to my top left that previous girl was attacking.
Yep, that's fine. The one that's in the web has been eviscerated. Rikus, there is only one to your south now.
Do they look pretty beat up? Like, does it look like a whole swarm, or does it look like 2 flying around?
It looks like a little handful of them, but nowhere near what they were.
All right. I'm going to cast Toll of the Dead.
Okay. Aviskro, what's your passive perception?
My passive perception is only an 11. My Eagles is like 18.
Wisdom saving throw, no damage on save. Swarm of insects, wasp succeeds on a 17. Woo!
Yeah. Did you roll?
It's kind of funny because it rolls, but it doesn't show the roll for some reason. It has it as a hidden roll, but it shows that he rolled a 17. So got a 19 -2, so he got a 17. So he made his wisdom saving throw, or it made its wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
As Ragnar swings through with his hammer, striking, slamming for 8 hit points of damage, squatting several more of the creatures down, but still not quite taking them down. As this swarm follows Praviskro. Just because I like antagonizing him.
Oh, did it escape my web? Oh no, that's
Yeah,
a different one.
yeah,
Sorry, my bad.
yeah, different
My
one.
bad.
That
My
one
bad.
died.
My bad.
18 hit. No, it's attack. It's a 50. Why does it say?
It's 15
Oh,
on the
plus
dice plus 3,
Yep,
so yeah.
Yeah. I'm just looking at it backwards. 18 hit.
It would hit me, but I'm gonna cast shield.
Oh, you suck. Okay. Just as they come swarming around you, you manage to throw up the shield. They all go bouncing and flying everywhere, buzzing around your head like angry little bees want to do. as this swarm sees the smoke coming in, goes down to attack with a 7. Yeah, pretty much does not hit as it misses Desmond as the bees begin to, or the wasps begin to swarm around you. Erviskro, you also get advantage on the attack on this one because of the oh, you're gonna have it, you're gonna step off and let it attack you again.
I do have to step off in order to get the advantage. Otherwise, it's just a straight roll.
Gotcha.
Because
Okay.
it's a ranged spell.
All right. So
What does
you
it
do-
shift to do with advantage?
What's that?
Yeah, shift has advantage.
Yeah.
Control has advantage.
Awesome.
It misses you anyway as it attacks as you step away.
It's going to take 16 points of fire damage. So it's now taken 27 total.
Sure. That is it. As that one takes that one down. Desmond, you are up again.
You'll have just to be clear, my eagle will give him advantage.
Okay, you have advantage on the attack on this one.
Okay. I will do this again. And then roll my
15 hits.
d4.
Go ahead and roll to see if you roll another d20 because oh, never mind, it wasn't. Sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah, so it wasn't either one. The 6 damage is the one, but go ahead and roll a d4.
Wrong one, sorry.
Yep, that's fine. 2 more. That's all right. It's just enough. As you guys manage to take off the last of the bees. Praviskra, what is your Nilo's pseudo dragon is the same as
Yeah,
Praviskra's
they're exactly
eagle,
the
right?
same. Yeah,
Right, that is
they're
correct.
exactly the same.
Okay, I just want to make sure. As you guys come to, as you take out the last of this swarm of bees, the eagle and the owl, or the pseudo dragon, I can never remember that. Your 2 familiars indicate to both of you that there is something wrong with these bees. Their eyes were like, some of them were like a glowing blackish red type of color, as if they were being controlled by something from afar.
Are they?
Can
drones?
are there perhaps in this battle that has taken place where we've killed dozens of these bees by launching like attacks like through the swarm? Are there perhaps any that are still alive and struggling, like perhaps their wings were burned, singed off by a firebolt or something like that?
Yeah, I would say that we could do that. We could
Sure.
say that there are some that are not quite dead, but the swarm itself is dead, but there's individual bees that may have escaped and or still cling to life barely.
I'd like to take an empty vial and just sort of scoop one of those up if possible.
Okay.
Into
Go ahead and
there.
give me an investigation with advantage.
Sure thing. Sorry, I'm a little slow with this
good,
application.
man.
I apologize.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Investigation.
Nice. Okay, absolutely. You managed to find a couple of wasps that remain alive that are seriously wounded or disfigured. Probably are going to die eventually.
Sure.
But you managed to capture 2 of them and put them into a vial and cut off the airflow.
And I kind of want to examine the. I imagine the way our familiars like voice this, because they are still sort of like animal intelligence,
Yeah.
is just a very like strong distaste, or like how like when horses react weirdly to
Yeah.
like thunderstorms and shit like that,
Yeah,
like or
exactly.
others like supernatural things.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Very
ima-
similar.
And so investigating it more closely, I want to take a look at it, and I want to cast while we're traveling, detect magic as a ritual to see if there is any sort of lingering magic upon them.
Okay. So there is no lingering magic upon
Okay.
them. But you can see that one of the bees its eyes just don't look. They're like a milky white as it's dying instead of its a normal like black eyes or whatever. It's sort of a milky white with a little bit of red running through it. It's almost as if, I don't know, from your experience of not only yourself but also watching Nilo as she sort of becomes one with her familiar, as she sort of goes blind and her eyes kind of roll back and stuff like that, and you're seeing through the eyes of your familiar, but somebody either has to guide you or watch you. That's kind of the sense that you get, as if somebody was possessing mentally a creature.
Okay.
And that's sort of what it looks like to you before it dies and its eyes return to straight black.
So to be clear, once I've finished casting the spell and I'm looking at these things and its eyes are still this black kind of color, there doesn't
Yeah.
appear to be any magic on the creature.
Yeah, not really magic, because to me the connection between a familiar and a wizard isn't really I guess you can call it almost a magical one, even though, like find familiar and all that. I've never really considered
Sure.
the connection you have to be magical per se. Maybe the summoning is a magical spell, but the actual connection I don't really consider to be kind of magical. However, you do note just from knowledge and arcane knowledge that it looks like perhaps this could have been a wizard's familiar, if you will, or it was possessed by someone with the knowledge to do so.
Right. It's so it's like a lowercase m instead of an uppercase m, which would be, in the sense that something created or bound this to its will in some way.
Yes, exactly.
And then sent it out, but by the time it was sent out, the magic was already under.
Exactly. It's like I said, it's sort of like, it's kind of hard to describe for me. I don't necessarily think it's something I could detect magic would say, but however, you definitely you note that that's what it looked like.
Okay. Does this in Pavisco's mind, knowing what he knows about Igwil,
Igwilf.
Yes, Igwilf is what I'm trying to say.
Yep. Baba Yaga.
Does this seem to in any way like check another like checkbox and like that bingo card list of like, is it Igwil?
Well, I don't necessarily know that it checks a box that it's the Witch Queen. However, it does check a box that there's evil magic afoot.
Okay. So based on my history check of earlier, I don't know necessarily if this is like evidence in that direction.
It's definitely something she probably could do, but nothing that would lead you to say that she's the only one that could do that.
No, for sure, but right, it's in her wheelhouse, but it doesn't narrow it down to be definitely her. Is what I'm trying to get at.
Exactly.
Okay, cool.
So, as you guys manage to fend off this apparent random, not so random attack of bees or wasps, you continue along your trail. I am going to need a survival check, please, Desmond.
On its way. Not a very good one.
Not a very good one.
Does he
I
have
am giving you advantage though, because you guys do have a general sense of where you're going and how you're headed.
Okay. I will try that again then.
That's better. You manage to. It takes you a little longer than you had hoped, but you manage to find. You lose the trail at first, as you're moving around trying to figure out, glancing back at the map that Nilo had, or Pravisco, or whoever Nilo had it previously. Kind of glancing back, kind of looking to see where Greytooth had pointed you guys in the direction. You finally find yourself back on track, but about an hour longer than you had hoped. However, you continue to kind of move your way through the woods. Give me one more survival check, please.
With advantage?
No, this one's not with advantage. This one is just a straight survival.
There's some improvement.
As you move and you get back onto the trail, you pick up something that wasn't there on the trail previously as you guys were going. You what looks to be tracks of some kind, made recently. In a quick investigation, you believe them to be orcish in nature. From what you can tell, at least a half a dozen of them, if not more, depending upon if they were like being stealthy or walking each other's footprints and stuff.
Can Nyla take a look at herself, being a half-orc?
Sure. Give me a survival. Definitely look to be orc in nature. Nothing more than was discovered by Desmond when he was.
Would her personal knowledge, which but by maybe by the number of orcs that she might be able to pick out, would she know perhaps what type of group this might be? If it's just a wayward group, or perhaps a specific hunting group or something.
Can't really tell. As far as you know, it could just be a random band of orcs, because orcs are known to be in the Vespi, although this far west is probably not as common, because during the wartime, yes, but after the war and stuff, the elves and the humans and whatnot all band together and sort of pushed Ayuz's army back to the east. So having them here, so having them here is kind of a not common, at least in today's day and age.
Okay.
To now.
I don't know.
Continue along the trail.
Sounds like
I
that's
think
probably
we should.
the best idea.
Okay. All right. You guys continue to move along the trail. I need one last check, please, Desmond.
Okay. On its way.
Good survival check. All right. At last, you guys start to arrive at the a place indicated on the map, or that at least a way or a milestone or a marker along the way that was indicated by Greytooth. As you move through the clearing, or through the trees and stuff, you can see up ahead a clearing begins to arise, and there's a large stone formation sort of dominating the center of this region. The forest path itself leads into this open area. Light is much more prevalent now, even though it's getting later in the day. It's about 3 p.m. now. But you guys can see that the skies above are still partly cloudy with a lot of sun coming through. So the fact that there's no canopy here sort of holding back the light allows it to be much more illuminated. Like I said, you see this rock formation dominating the center region of this clearing. But what's interesting and what catches your eye, Desmond, especially due to the fact of the druids in the area, there are 4 tree stumps that appear to have been recently cut. So somebody just recently, not too long ago, maybe a day or two or whatever, seems to have cut 4 large trees down, making this clearing a little bit more open, right? So whereas a clearing used to have probably trees bunching up toward the rock formation, looks like trees have been cut back from it. And you can see that the footprints that you have noted previously have become much more prevalent in this area right here.
I'm going to get my sword out for the time being. And
You guys can see this clearing coming up with this large rock formation sort of dominating the center. And that's where we're going to take our break for right now. So I appreciate everybody hanging out with us so far. What I am going to do is I'm going to kind of jump back a little bit. So for those of you that weren't here, and by the way, we're going to, let me get my timer started here. We're going to take a 15-minute break. This is sort of something we normally do in the middle of our games. If you haven't watched our games before, we've done that. I'm just going to start a quick timer. We'll be back at about a quarter till, but I do want to take a couple minutes to reiterate something for those that were not here at the beginning of the stream. And if you were, you're just going to get a rehash. However, a while back when the game first started, I created this little village of Kreistrich for the party, right? And so this is kind of where they started their whole series of adventures in the chapel to Vergadane that held the dwarven priest who was actually a werewolf, interestingly enough. And he found out that he wasn't a dwarf. He was just short and looked like a dwarf, but he was a werewolf, and he was going to try to slay everybody in town. And the party managed to stop him. And because of that, they gained their name, the Heroes of Kreistrich. And this was the map I sort of created. It was an auto-generated map and stuff. And so I created this. And as they started going through town and meeting people and going to different places, we started labeling, like the Obsidian Mace, which is the blacksmith. And then the Gorgeous Dwarf is the main inn and whatnot. And so along those lines, I started thinking about, as the party expands out of Kreistrich, what are they going to do? And so I thought about having a map of a town, because, I love to have, at least a richly decorated area for the party to explore in. And I want to give them as much detail as I can, because a lot of times when you're playing on an online game, it might be some theater to mind stuff. You might have a few maps here and there, but I wanted to give the party something at least a little richly created that they can see. Hence, Kreistrich. So when they come to Kreistrich, they can say, "Oh, this is Kreistrich." And so I contacted someone to actually do a map of the party's home. And so as a reward for saving the town, the party was given this house. The original house was just this ground floor here without the 2 lower bedrooms down here. So this bedroom and this bedroom were not part of the house. The original house was just up here on this main floor, and it belonged to an individual who had been killed by the werewolf. And so the party was given this home. And on top of that, the village said that they were going to build out the house because originally it only had like 1 bedroom. The village built it out so it has 5 bedrooms now. So there's 5 party members. And so they created this nice long table in there, a nice kitchen area, these 2 bedrooms. And of course, upstairs has another 4 bedrooms, right? So technically it holds 6 people. But I think actually up here isn't really a bedroom. This is more of a work area. So anyway, bottom line is I had somebody do this for the party. So now the party actually has a house they can come to. And when we're gaming, we can kind of show this, you know, to people and whatnot. So the next step for me was to kind of do something in the as a city, right? Because I like city adventures. I'd like the party to be able, they're going in and out of the city to go to places they know. I wanted to create something so the party would become familiar with the area. So I went online and I created this. This is an auto-generated map based off a tool that I got online, and Nilo published it out there earlier. If you scroll back through our chat, you can see the tool that I used. But basically what I did was I just kind of kept playing around with this until such a time that it created a map that matched what I thought Traft would look like. In this case, it borders on a lake. The difference is that the landmass comes way out here on the northern side of town. It comes way out here when in fact I think it should hook back north right away, but it didn't make it that way, and I don't want to try to play with it or whatever. So anyway, auto-generated this map. There's a website called Obsidian Portal that somebody, a guy did, or a lady, I'm not sure, I just know their username, but they created a layout of Traft in the sense that they said, here's the districts, and if you go to each district, it had a bunch of locations that they had detailed out a little bit. And I thought that was incredibly cool. And so what I did is I took their information and I kind of overlaid it on my map. So I have these 9 different districts here. You know, Trafstadt, Mittelstadt, Das Arena, which is sort of, Das Arena is something that Ragnar would really enjoy because it's a fighting arena that they have there. They call the whole area of town is called Das Arena, even though the arena itself is a single structure. But again, they have these other regions and whatnot, and then of course you have the castle. And so I was talking to Cannibal. For those that know, Troy is a big supporter of our community, not just this stream, but several other streams as well. And he's been doing a lot of mapping and stuff. Now, I don't know, did he do this map or did he contract somebody to do it? But it's amazing what he did for us. So he took this with all the districts for me, and he went and he created this map. And this one probably is usually going to take a little bit because it is a rather large map, and I uploaded the full version just because I didn't want any detail left out. So hopefully it'll load here quick enough. As we come on now, there we go. And so here is our map of Traft. I don't know, our characters aren't on there, so let's just drag our characters over there. And so this is actually our map of Traft, and as you can see, the northern side of the town is now swooping off to the right like it should, as opposed to coming down, having more of a closed-in harbor. This one's a little more open. You can see it's got all the ships and the docks and stuff like that. We can zoom in, some pretty good detail here. And each one of the regions is sort of, you can see that it looks like the buildings are semi-color coordinated to kind of match it. But we have a couple of areas here, like one is the arena, right? So on my original map it didn't show up, but here we have the actual arena in the arena region. We've got parks. We have the main thoroughfare called the Das Promenade. So coming in the main gates, Das Promenade, following through town. It looks like, yes. Okay, it's not showing my clicks, but there we go. So we follow the road through town. We can go through as we go out the other side of town. Das Promenade goes all the way out the gate over here, right? And so we have the little waterway coming through town, and we have the Poor Man's Bridge, which is sort of like one of those romantic bridges that runs through, and they've got a park area with the forest walk and stuff, so that kind of goes between two edges. But anyway, I just thought this was an incredibly good, detailed map of the city of Traft, and I just kind of wanted to show that off tonight. And I want to thank Cannibal for getting this done for me. As I told players earlier, I do have the source files, so we can actually add other locations here, even though these locations here, and these are all what were detailed right in the out on the Obsidian portal for where they talk about Traft. And I just thought it was awesome. I sent a message to the guy that did the detail out there, asking if I could kind of use their work to kind of merge together, giving them full credit, of course, with the exception of the map itself, but all the locations and the details and stuff, because I definitely want to be able to use that in my game as the party comes back to Traft. They'll be able to have most of these just talk about like the different temples and stuff like that, but I've got different inns and taverns and dress shops and bakers and pubs and you name it. We've got it. So and I've given that, at least I'm pretty sure I sent it to the party, or at least dropped it as a document for you guys to pull down and read. If you haven't,
I never saw it.
okay, well, if you haven't seen it, let me know, and I will make sure that I drop it in the game chat later, so you guys can pull it down, because it has each one of the districts, and it's got about 7 or 8 locations within that district that it talks about. And I just thought this was cool as hell. And when Cannonball brought that to me, I was like, damn, they do some pretty good ass work. But anyway, so that's enough. Let's go ahead and get back to the break time. We're gonna hang out. We're gonna listen to the smooth sounds of Monkey Boogers. For those that have not been out to SoundCloud, check out Monkey Boogers stuff. He's the one that does all of our artwork for us, at least as far as our character art, as well as he's a music guy too, so he's out there trying to make a name for himself in music. We'll give links to some of his work a little bit later, but until then, looks like we have about 5 minutes left until we're back from break. So
Ragnar leaving.
what's that?
That was just Ragnar leaving.
Oh. But yeah, so we got about 5 minutes left, so you guys go get yourself a drink or a snack or something like that. But I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. All right, Monkey. So Monkey is going to be back shortly. So hopefully we won't have anything too major to do until he gets back. But like I said, we'll be back in a few minutes. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. And yeah, man, don't forget to show the love. If you weren't here on our initial announcements, of course, you can turn in tokens to give Nat 1s and Nat 20s. Or if you want to really show the love, for every 500 bits cheered, you can give one of your favorite characters or your favorite DM advantage. So for every 500 bits, somebody can get advantage. And if you want to give somebody 50 advantages, we'll just mark 50 advantages, and they can use them as the game goes on. But those do not expire. Those carry on forever and ever. So help support the stream, man. We appreciate it. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
I'm here. I'm just in the parking lot.
Sorry, you're already done the going.
Hello. Guess my microphone's busy. Hello, anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
You're here.
Oh, I am here. Okay. Oh, here she comes. Mute this.
Here she comes, just walking down the street.
And welcome back, everybody. I did not get a chance to go get my drink, but that's okay. That's all right. That's okay. Give me just a second here. I literally just got back. I want to drop something in here on Discord for my players. Just because it took me a while to find it, man. I don't know what the heck happened, but drop it. And there you go. So in our Perrinland campaign chat out on Discord, I dropped in a Word document with the city of Trapp that has various locations. So hopefully our players will enjoy that. So, as we now find ourselves, it's kind of weird. Oh yeah. So we now find ourselves in the, as I said, a clearing area of the woods. I just double checked.
I'll be there in 5 minutes.
Yep, I kind of figured. I am just kind of getting ourselves set up here, making sure that I've got my everything else that I want done here. Where is the rest of this? I'll do this. No, that's not what I wanted. Trying to. It's funny because I've got two different sets of music, one for this stream and one for our first edition, and I don't know how the or why it requires me to do, like, I split it up, but then the other one doesn't split it up the way this one did. So it's like, dang it, man, I gotta go and do it too. So we're just going to do this as for our ambiance. So anyway, you guys are looking at this clearing now, and I'll sort of zoom it out here for you to kind of take a look. You can see that the trail sort of leads up past it, and then there's like a fork going left and right up here. And so you guys can see that the trail that you're on, you should be continuing and heading to the north, right? So that's kind of the direction in which you guys are headed. However, you do, as I said, up here, you can see that there are 4 large tree stumps. Looks like somebody has recently cut those trees down. There's no sign of the trees that you can see anywhere, but the remain is obviously there. So, is everybody back?
Yes.
I know.
Yes.
I know.
I am here.
I just want to make sure. I know that Monkey is en route because he had to go pick somebody up, and I know Spartan is listening to us. I should say Ragnar is listening
I'm listening
to us
too.
while he drives. Yep. So at least they know what the heck is going on, even if they don't know what the heck is going on. But anyway, you guys can see this large stone formation in the middle of this clearing. Thick woods all around elsewhere. Seems kind of eerie and quiet. Action? Anything?
Reactions.
I just want to be clear. Well, we're not next to those stumps yet.
No, you're not. That's correct. You guys are on the bottom right-hand part of the map. Can you not see?
And no, I can. I just wanted to
Okay.
make sure. I'm gonna send my eagle over there, and I just want to peek for just a few seconds. I want to make sure were these were cut down by like hand tools, like
Give me a
axes, that sort of.
give me perception.
Sure.
Yep. You, first of all, as you get over to the tree stumps, you can see that they've been cut recently, probably with axes based on the chewed up and chunkiness of the cuts, right? So as opposed to like a saw evenly sawing through. These look like they were kind of chopped. But as your eagle flies back to you, your spidey sense goes off as it indicates that there is danger lurking at the top of the rock formation.
How tall is the rock formation?
It's, let me see if I can. It actually has an. It's probably between 20 and 25 feet high.
Okay. So then, as my eagle is flying back to me, and I imagine I'm kind of looking through its eyes in this moment, I just kind of want to, as soon as we get the sense that something is amiss, it's
Yep.
going to fly into the air and get a bird's eye view of the area. Like, kind of at an upward angle, basically, when it comes back toward me.
As he comes back towards you, you can see
Oh, boy.
two figures hidden in the shrubs and trees above.
Do they have line of sight towards us with this thick?
Yes.
This is still like thick canopy, right?
Well, that is canopy there, but it starts to open up as you get
Got it.
toward that region right there.
So they can see. Do I get the impression they can see where we are right now?
Not for sure they could see you clearly, but definitely they saw your eagle come in.
Oh, for sure. Avisco
So-
raise a hand to kind of like indicate to the others to stop.
I am going to, as quietly as I can possibly be, even if I have to get the group to back up, I'm going to cast Pass Without Trace on the group.
That's a good call.
I'm into it.
So pass without trace on the group.
And give everyone a +10 to their stealth checks.
Okay.
And since we're moving far enough away, because that spell has a verbal component, so that these creatures can't hear us,
Right. More than likely.
I
not.
will in like a hushed tone, right? Because I imagine we have to move considerably further back on the trail to get that spell off. Say, so are we going to use this to ambush them, or are we going to use this to sneak past?
I'm in favor of ambushing them.
Then we are of the same mind.
That we can do.
So from this viewpoint that you guys first see this large rock formation, there doesn't appear to be any way to scale up this side, although it looks like it slopes like up here on this edge. It looks like it slopes back downwards going that way. So
when my eagle flew up into the air, I imagined it probably went maybe to an 80-foot like altitude and is staying there currently, not coming directly back to where I am because I don't want to give it its like I don't want to give up our position away.
Yep.
So wood from 80 feet up, I would imagine I would be able to see like down into this area, right?
Yep.
Okay.
You should be able to see now.
All right. And so I will give them all of the information that I saw after the pass without traces being caught. There seems to be at least two of them on the... Sorry, wrong accent. There seems to be at least two of them on the top and four of them near this sort of ramp that goes up the curve of the rock formation. We'll probably have to ambush the ones on the bottom first.
The ones up above.
The ones on the bottom. These ones over here to the left. Is what he's talking about. The
If
four.
they're close enough to the edge to be visible, I might be able to shoot them with my bow, but I don't know.
These ones up here, maybe.
Yeah.
They'd probably still have some amount of cover. I'm suggesting that we kind of use the tree cover to kind of sneak around and attack from this side up to the top, so we can ambush these four here.
So maybe move along this line. Does that draw a line for you guys?
I saw something, but I don't see it anymore.
Okay, so maybe along this bottom edge of the map, using this hill here for cover and come up the side.
Yeah, either using that as a cover and coming up the side, or what I was thinking was going wide around them off the map and then coming up from the north. But either of those would be effective, I think.
I like
can
the
scale that rock face.
What was that?
What'd you say?
I can
Too
scale
quiet.
the rock face.
Yes, and I can be there with a word, but I think it would be best for us to deal with the ones on the bottom first. and then fight our way the rest of the way up.
I'm thinking about other angles that others could take in that case. But no, I do not think that just 2 of you could handle the or 3 of you could handle the 4 orcs on the other side. No.
It would be best for us to stick together.
You have a Misty Step, right?
Yeah, I do. But I think it's better for us to kind of all stay together and just kind of
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
push our way through this.
I'm trying to think of an alternative where you Misty Step after we get to the top behind their line.
I don't think there's anything more valuable in doing that. I think we just go in and hammer them as hard as we can.
All right. So so we're gonna M&M around the outside and take out the 4 on the bottom. There on the left and west side and work our way up the curve here.
Yeah, that's kind of my idea.
And if we get bottled up halfway down, going up to the top might be a good idea.
Sure.
Okay. My armor lets me climb without problems. I still have to roll the check, but I don't.
Sure.
I'm not restricted in movement penalties or anything.
Sure. The way I see it, these guys are gonna, though they're gonna be above us, that doesn't represent any mechanical benefits in D&D. So other than maybe cover. So I'm just of the mind of we just need to plunge through them and take them out one by one.
But if they're doing it for cover and they're ranged, it's gonna not be good for us.
Yeah,
I give advantage for higher ground.
Halfway up that ramp, having that being able to get up on top real quick to get behind them will then split them between two parties. But I agree taking on the first 4 as a group and then saving that scale if we have to in case we get bottled up.
Okay.
Viskro, you receive another flash vision from your eagle telling you that others have appeared out of the shrubs. They appear to have like shrubs and everything on their person to make them blend in with the bushes and shrubs at the top of this. And you see that there are now a total of 10 orcs.
Mm-hmm.
10 orcs, that's nothing for us. Alright, let's get cracking. And she's gonna crack her knuckles. Emphasize that. Alright, so we take a stealth at +10, you said? Or advantage?
Everybody give me a stealth check +10.
Is there a way I can add that to the skill roll, or do I have to roll manually, basically?
I'll just go in and add 10 to it.
What do you mean?
So if I click it and it auto rolls, how do I add 10 to it is kind of what I'm getting at.
Hang on just a second. I think if you go attributes, and you go strength, yeah, it just rolls it. It doesn't add the +2 to it.
Yeah,
so
just add a +10 to the roll to the result.
So I'll just do a manual dice roll then.
Yeah, that's fine. So I will roll for Ragnar.
What is it? Control for disadvantage?
Why are we rolling advantage?
Disadvantage, I say.
Armor. Because you have your armor, yeah.
Yeah, I'm double checking my armor because I don't know if scale mail specifically does that.
I have
it does not. It does not. So I roll normal.
So for Viskro, I am going to roll for
Jesus.
23.
With a 5 on the dice.
It's okay. I rolled a 4.
So let's see. So
15.
Hang on a second. I want to write all these down because I know what all the dices are. All right. So Nilo, you got a what?
I got a 5 + 10.
Okay, that's 15. Just tell me what the total is. Paviskro?
Mine is going to be 16. Also, 15's our lowest, and that should be the only one that matters, I think.
Yep. Desmond, 23. Tarikas, 28. Ragnar, 19. And I think that's everybody.
28.
Yeah, because you get a +10. Or did you already add +10 to it?
No.
No, he
You-
rolled
you get a
a
plus-
17 and a 16 on the dice.
Yeah. Yeah, so 17 plus 1. Oh, -2, yeah. So, no, I'm sorry, +2. So, yeah. Anyway. So, because you got a +10 because they cast a spell. All right, now I have to do our other guys here. The All right, you got
That should count for
Angelo.
all of them.
Yeah. Yeah, his so Samuel's is good.
24.
And this one is Garth. Garth got a
15.
15. And then Eddie. Yeah, he's good too. 23. All right, so the lowest we got is a 15. You guys slowly work your way around. I'll just move everybody. You guys slowly move your way around to the north side. I'll let you move yourselves from here. I'm just going to leave the henchmen and
Oops.
Natasha. Oh,
Try to
sorry.
move up. I pulled myself in the base. Don't want to do that.
Here. So, what is the actions then? As I am going
I would
to.
suggest you stay behind Ragnar and I. You may got armor, but let the people with the shields and heavy armor take the or mostly melee weapons take the brunt.
I am going to begin combat. Give me just a second here so I can.
I don't like that.
Oops, my bad. Everybody roll initiative. Oh, hang on a second. I have to remove here, and I have to remove here. Who has not yet rolled?
Me. I'm
Me.
ready to.
Pravisco, you got a 25?
Yes, sir.
Whoa! Sorry.
What I miss? Now I'm gonna roll for Ragnar. Ragnar doesn't do too badly. Alright. As you guys, I'm gonna put you guys all like relatively within range as Pravisco, you're up.
All right. So, having seen from my eagle's eyes where the majority of these creatures are, and being wary of allowing them to attack us from above, I'm going to pop a web right here. I don't know if it actually took. Yeah, it did, and hit
Good.
all of them orcs.
Okay. Awesome.
And yeah, that's going to be what I do when I cast as we're kind of charging into battle, and I will give my allies advantage on this orc right here as my eagle kind of swoops down and does a dive bomb towards his face and then swoops
Okay.
back up.
Got it.
I see him.
Yeah, I'll target the one that I gave advantage against, so people can tell.
You're Cyan, right?
Yeah.
So the orc grabs this, I don't know why it has javelin, but they have a longbow. Takes a shot at Nilo and misses.
So we did not surprise them.
Huh?
We did not.
No.
Okay.
No. Apparently they had spotted you before you guys actually started, so they knew you were coming.
Got it.
Rikus, you're up.
And I go, I look at my party and I go, what did I say last time? Beware of the light.
Okay, I found that he has a particularly new spell that he likes. Is it just me?
No, I think you're right.
Used to be Lords of Light. Now it's Beware of the Light.
Oh, Lords of Light is his.
Yeah, it's his brother or his uncle.
Yeah.
His uncle.
The light is bright, full of terror.
Which originally came from Thundar the Barbarian, right?
Yeah.
All right, here it goes. Spell, book, order radius. Selected them, and then just hit roll. And I roll save. I just click it once and it does it for all three, right?
I think it only rolls once, but it rolls the same for all of them. So, but that's fine too. So just go ahead and. No, if it doesn't roll it.
Yeah, I rolled it. I don't know what you got. Oh,
And I don't know why it's.
Wait, what?
Oh,
I
the
didn't
reason
roll
is
that.
because I had your character selected when I clicked on roll it. For some
Oh.
reason, I had clicked on yours. That's all right. They
I'll take 8.
Nope, I need to do it. I need to do it again. So, wonder if. Yeah, it's still. Who's it rolling for? There we go. So all the orcs failed. Want to make sure. Yeah, Nilo. You never got hit last time, right, Nilo? Yeah, because it took.
I only got
it's-
the damage from the wasp.
All right, so you did take so, because I thought it had taken off on yours. Okay, so I'm gonna put that back. All right, so I'm gonna make sure that it took it off. It did not. So this orc. So they took 8 points of damage. 7. This one. 7. No, I don't want that. And this one. 7.
Take that for the next one.
All right. All right. So they've all failed. All right. That's it for. And now, this orc right here grabs his great axe.
Shoot.
Targets.
Wait, can I disengage?
No. Disengage is an action.
My bad. Forgot I'm the cleric.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a
20
rogue in another game.
Any hits?
hits for 7 hit points of slashing.
Wow.
I gotta see. What's the.
A magical
Okay.
axe.
Yep. Oh,
Right.
as he hits you for 7. All right, perfect. All right, so that is his turn. Ragnar. His movement 25.
Might be
Double check, yeah.
more. Do barbarians get movement bonuses in 5e?
Well, if he.
You get like a 10-foot or something.
Yeah, it's right now his movement is 25. I want to see.
I mean, his race.
Well, I was just wondering if what a feature he is going to rage, bonus action rage first of all.
Rage and Russian.
Yep.
Alright, this is going in my book of grudges. You smelly bastards.
Just want to look and see because I don't play his very much. So, all right. So right now, all I can say is he is going to bonus action rage, and he's going to move his movement, and that's it. Because I don't know 100% on his stuff. All right. So this orc has to do
Alright,
a.
he wouldn't rage yet.
What's the? It's a DC 15. Right. He's gonna move up. He'll bonus action rage next turn. That's a good call.
Yeah, I believe the rage dissipates if you don't attack
if you don't attack
anybody or
somebody.
you
Yep.
don't get attacked.
Yep. Exactly. All right. So DC 15 on the web spell. Is that what it was?
Yep. Dex save.
Okay. Of course not.
Nope.
Stupid orc. Orcs suck. And the next one. The next one targets with his great axe as well. Doo-doo-doo-doo. 19. 10 hit points of slashing damage. Which it automatically took off already, so we're good. As the orc's axe comes down, slamming a second time into the priest. As he steps up there trying to defend. As this orc.
This is all the same day, right?
Yeah. Doesn't want to go too far past Eureka's, but he grabs his axe and he is going after the dwarf. And 12. Axe misses Ragnar Stonehelm. Because he's so short. Swung right over the top of him. And this orc must make his dexterity saving throw. You can do... Of course not. Oh, did he? Yes! 15! Just barely made it. As he is going to hop, skip, and move right here. As he makes his save, he moves, and now he is targeting his longbow on Viscro.
No, he's not. No, he ain't. That's a javelin, but he ain't.
Well, I know it says javelin, but they don't. It's like they should be longbows, but they had javelins.
Longbows do D8 damage.
Well, it doesn't matter. I would have just gone with the D6. Doesn't matter to me on the
They're
damage.
orcish bows.
Yes,
Orcish bows. There we go.
Orcish bows. Yes.
Wait, orcish
Nilo, you
arrows.
are up.
As she runs by, Desmond Pavisco, take the ones up top. She's gonna come up here.
Okay.
And she's going to attack the one with advantage.
Okay. As you hit with a 24 for 10 slashing.
And she's gonna have her dragon give Ragnar advantage on his next pass.
As you come up, the orc had already been hit and hurt. As you come up, you manage to finish him off as he drops dead at your feet.
Oh, sweet. Use my last 5 foot to move up.
Okay. As this orc now has to make his saving throw.
Wonk, wonk, wonk. No.
Nope, he's stuck. This orc
Come on,
has to
web.
make his saving
That was
throw.
an amazing web. Item.
Especially when they can't, especially when they have no dexterity.
Well, that and they're on the other side. They can't get
Desmond,
Ow.
you're up.
I'm gonna attack this one right here.
Okay.
I'm gonna try something a little different. No, I'm not. I'm going to put my Slayer's prey on this guy.
Okay.
You're using 2 hands with your longsword, right?
No, sword and shield.
Oh, you do have a shield. I didn't realize you had a shield.
Nice.
For a total, I assumed 25 hits, so I went ahead and rolled the.
Yep.
That's my first attack
Yep.
and my second attack.
Oh. Yeah, I can't attack the
Well,
second
your first
guy, right?
attack killed it.
Oh,
Your first attack killed it.
can I put my second attack on that one right there?
Sure.
Okay, then I'll finish my movement. Let me.
I never actually used my second attack. Well, too late.
Yeah, it's too late. I can't remember your character stuff. I can barely remember my stuff.
Do you want me to roll the attack again, or can you apply the 15?
No, we can apply the 15. I'll do the. You did 6. Okay.
Yep.
I'll do that. That's fine.
Okay,
All right. Nice. Good for you.
that's it for me.
Next up, this orc has to make his saving throw. I want to do a Constitution save. I don't want to do a deck save.
Yes.
As this one,
So that area is difficult terrain. He'll only be able to move half his speed.
The best part is I had to
You
do
run
it
south
so
then.
I look like that one dude
Yeah,
from that.
he gets out of the web this way. So bite me,
He goes over the edge.
Yeah, using like 20 feet of
and he
movement.
can't
Yeah,
attack.
that's fair.
Yep. And this, no, he only used 15. Well, 14.
Oh, okay.
He used 14 to get out of there. Bite me.
Okay.
That's my rules. I'm gonna stick to them.
Exactly 14 feet. Got it.
14.01. Thank you very much.
All right.
Works alone.
Yes, sir. Orc movement. And this one's stuck.
I think
Okay.
he can still attack, though, from where he's positioned.
Yes,
he just has
he can.
disadvantage.
Yep, exactly. So he is going to target Ragnar. And he is going to... a 22 does hit Ragnar for 4 hit points of damage. Oh, that's already taken off. Good, I like it. Wait a second. No. He should be at 47. Does it hit him? It rolled it twice. Okay. Alright. Clear this. And now we are back to the top of the order. Praviskro!
All right, so first
As
off,
you see, you can see 2 orcs have sort of taken up posts at the top. You can see one's trapped in the web, but he's able to fire down with his bow. The other one appears to be free. He also has a bow, but they're right up there on the edge of the cliff, if you will.
which of these 2 orcs down here is the most damaged between the 2 on the
They're
bottom?
actually, they look to be both about equally damaged.
All right, then I'll give
so-
advantage against this middle one right here, and
Okay.
I'll give that to someone else while I cast Firebolt.
Okay.
So spell Firebolt. Pretty sure I have him targeted, so hopefully that will work.
Yes.
For 4 points of fire
It
damage.
did. It did. You see as the firebolt flashes right over the top of Tarikas' shoulder, slamming into the orc. You watch its armor sort of burst into flame as I go. Anything else? Any movement or anything?
I'll bring myself to about right here.
Okay. As this orc, seeing his compadre get slammed with the firebolt, takes aim at Nilo with his axe. 19 slashes Nilo for 5 hit points of damage.
No.
Okay,
No,
here we
ain't
go.
gonna happen.
Hang on a sec. As we go as we go apply active effects. Boom, shield. I
As
love
he
that.
goes to swing, her shield moves at an unnatural speed and intercepts the attack.
Oof,
No.
as you watch as this magical light sort of encompasses her shield, causing it to go at blazing speed, deflecting his blow, sending it off. That was pretty awesome.
No, you're not doing that.
Nice, I like it. Tarikas, you are up.
Okay. Freakus is going to. Let's see, what's my hit points? He'll do one more. Beware the light.
That's awesome.
It's only enemies that you pick, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I gotta say that's a horrible number color for those dice too. I can't read them.
All right, I rolled.
Okay. As they both make their saving throws.
That's okay.
Yep.
And as a bonus action, I'm going to cast Spiritual Hammer. And it's going to attack. Beware of the hammer.
Slugs.
Where's my hammer?
I don't know.
Oh, right, it's spiritual weapon. Second level, I think.
Field lasts until the end of your next turn, right, Milo?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So anyone that attacks me.
I mean, you'll have the +5 added, yeah.
Yep. So right now I'm at a 24 AC.
Yeah.
That's a 13 hit.
Yeah, 13 does hit. Which one did you hit?
One here on the cliff.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and roll your damage, and I'll take it off automatic or magically, or automatically. I mean,
Automatically.
crap.
Oh, I hit apply effect. I figured. I guess it didn't work.
That's the range of your spell.
There it is.
There we go. All right, but anyway, go ahead and roll your damage.
My damage?
Spiritual weapon hit.
Yeah, I think I did. 13. Didn't I?
No, that's the attack. That's not the damage.
It's not giving me anything to roll under the damage. Did I just cast it again?
No, should have. That's kind of weird that it did that.
Oh, I saw numbers appear on that guy.
It didn't do any damage to him. What's the spiritual weapon's damage? Just roll it.
Let me see here. It is. Let me see. I have to look it up.
What? You don't know it?
I don't do it.
Pretty sure it's a D8 plus your wisdom.
Something like that.
I don't know. We'll see. Spell. Second level. It is 1d8 plus 4. So I'll roll it.
You just roll a D8 plus 4. Nope.
5. Did it not show up on there?
No.
I did on D&D Beyond. I guess it doesn't
it's-
work.
It's 5 total.
Yeah, 5
or-
total. I rolled a
Okay.
1.
Okay. I like it. Okay, that's fine. I'll just take it off. Good. All right. Easy enough. Ragnar. Bonus action. Rage. Targets.
I think he has 2 attacks too. I'm not positive though.
I need
If
to-
he's level 5 in Barbarian, he definitely does.
Oh no, he has.
he's,
I think
he's level 5 fighter, 1 barbarian. No.
He's
level 5
6
fighter,
levels?
barbarian. No, he's 3 fighter, 2 barbarian.
Okay, then he doesn't.
There you go.
So he is going to, first of all, rage. Second of all, he is going to... As he hits with the hammer. 12 hit points of damage. Just taking down that orc in a heartbeat. And I want to make sure there's nothing else that he can do. Okay. Yeah, he's not going to do that right now. All right, excuse me. All right, as this orc is going to use his strength to try to get out. Of course not. 14,
That's
so
a good
close.
stat too.
He almost had it.
He almost had it.
Almost.
As this orc targets. Oh, 17. Does that hit Desmond? What's your armor class, Desmond?
Oh, I'm sorry. My armor class is
It
19.
misses. Oh, so it misses. I guess I should have known because it told me. Yeah. All right. As that misses. Nilo, you're up.
Alright, she's gonna give herself advantage. This guy doesn't have advantage yet, right?
He does. That's the one that you have advantage on. Praviskro said that
Alright, just
somebody
checking.
besides.
She's gonna swing her sword one.
A 13 hits for 10. Taking down the orc.
Alright, how high up is that one dude
It's about
again?
20. It's about 20 feet.
20 foot? She's gonna do something stupid. She's gonna chuck her sword at him and try to stab him with it.
Okay. Throw your blade. Roll your attack at disadvantage.
She's gonna have her dragon give her advantage first.
Okay.
Oh,
Did she just impale this guy through the head with a thrown sword?
Hey
As
man,
you guys
that's why you
watch.
try.
As you watch as Nilo, like a orcish fury, stands back and whips her blade. Describe for me what happens as you take down this orc, Nilo.
So, she stabs. She deflects and stabs the first guy. Right? Pulls her blade out, sees the other guy chuck a javelin. She wheels back her arm and hurls it straight, like throwing an axe or something, and it flies through, and the tip nails the guy right in the top of the head. Right? And just sort of stands there for a moment. And she yanks her hand back, and with a shimmer of light, she uses her bonus action to call the blade back to her hand, because it is her bonded weapon. And the guy
Thor
just
moment.
falls down and rolls and falls down off the cliff face and lands.
You
at
guys
thud
watch
behind her.
as this
That's-
bloodied, as brain matter and blood come gushing out the forehead of this orc as it just sort of falls, landing at the feet of Ragnar and Desmond as the orc is dead.
Come on, boys! I thought you were orcs.
Alright,
And then
This
she's gonna
one.
use her movement to go up the go up the ramp.
go ahead and move yourself 30 feet.
whoa.
He manages to get out of.
Don't they have big egos? Can he just sit there and go, yeah, I got out with a 20 and get stuck again?
This one fails to get out. Desmond, you are up.
Okay.
You can still see, just barely, there's an orc right here, stuck in webs right on the edge of the cliff.
Okay.
You won't be able to see him from there, though.
I think this is as far as I can go in a turn. I'm
Yeah,
trying to get
okay.
up the hill.
Gotcha. Okay. As this orc comes charging down the hill. As you charge up the hill, Desmond, you see this huge orc, massive battle axe in his hand, come charging down the hill.
What
Slamming
is
you
this?
for slamming into you for 19 hit points of damage.
Holy Mikey.
Go ahead and re-roll that. I'm gonna use my chrono shift.
Okay. Let me return his hit points.
That hurts. But I'm
Good
glad we
job.
got.
Yeah, that
Chrono
was just
Shift.
about half my hit points.
Yeah, I'm just gonna not
That is the
let
second one.
thing-
The second one misses. wildly as he's just as he goes to swing. Suddenly, the not that you guys would all wouldn't notice, but there's sort of this blurriness as suddenly he steps back a few feet and then picks up right where he left off. Only this time, Desmond, you see him coming, managing to avoid his blow.
I think everyone has a sense of deja vu.
Yep.
Yeah, like, it looks like it's supposed to cleave right through Desmond. It's like, nah.
Oh, come on. So close. As he's still stuck. As we are back to the top of the order. Praviskro.
I swear to God, I swear that should have the side effect that you have PTSD of whatever the chrono shift was.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
Just out of curiosity, I just want to say, just out of curiosity, does there anything in the description of that feature say that it's what you can see? Because that would have been close to on whether or not you could see or not, but I'll allow it because you're like right on the edge there.
So, I do have to see it, although my reasoning was that I can see Desmond, so I would be able to see the attack.
Right,
him.
and that's what I was saying is they were kind of like right on that turn, so it was kind of like it's right on the borderline, but okay, that's fine. I'll allow it.
I'm going to use my bonus action to get my free Misty Step to be up here.
Okay.
And at that point, I am going to...
Hang on just a second. This is, and again, this is just for my purposes. That was 28 feet plus...
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I'll say that it was within... Because it's actually
30.
20 feet up and 20 feet over, right? So I don't...
Okay, I see what you mean.
See what I mean? So I'm going to allow it, but it's really close.
It's
on whether or
really-
not it was-
So if it makes you feel any better about it, I'll move 10 feet towards it and then do it.
Okay.
So
That's
that
Yeah.
so that I'd actually do it from like where
That's
where
fine.
this
Yep.
where he is.
Totally get you.
And then I will I believe this orc is still trapped in the web.
Yeah,
so I'm going to
the only two that are not are these two over on the right hand. Oh, actually, this one right here on the right, on the bottom down here, this guy, he is not trapped. The other three are still trapped.
for sure. I'm going to attack this one because I'll have advantage against him, and it's only a matter of time before he breaks out and decides he wants to come at me. So the first one, just ignore the first one
11
because
misses.
and so does a
And-
10. So I imagine that I'm just not going to hit him at all. And I will give my ally who's charging his way up advantage with my eagle.
So I just want to make sure, why did we re-roll the attack on that orc the first time?
Because I didn't roll advantage the first time. So I
gotcha.
rolled this. I
Perfect.
just rolled a
Yep.
second attack instead of rolling with
That's fine.
advantage because I couldn't
Perfect.
add
Gotcha.
that later.
Yep. Totally good. Yep. All right. All right. Tarikas,
Yes.
Lord of Light.
Hey, shine bright and
All you gotta do is that.
I hate when people type in the chat, because when you type in the chat, it automatically zooms into you and then it completely blows up the screen. That's okay
my
then.
bad.
No, it's all right. That's just a setting that I've got, that whenever somebody chats, it automatically zooms on them, so people that are watching the stream can see what they said because they don't see the chat.
Oh no, I was just gonna say all you had to do is
A squared, B squared. Yeah, gotcha.
square
Totally
root of
good.
that. Yeah.
Yep, totally gotcha. We are trigonometric geniuses. But what does Tarikas want to do now?
Tarikas first is going to dash.
He's a pretty pudgy guy. I don't know about dash. He might waddle.
The 30.
30. That's another 30. That's fine. You can move up to that second one there. That's fine. 33.
No, he'll just go that far.
He's not going to dash?
No, I'll just go 30 feet.
Okay.
Unless the orc's in the way, then he'll push her off the side of the cliff. Get
Well,
out!
you can still do an attack from where you're at. You've only moved 30 feet, so you can still technically attack if you have a ranged attack.
Yeah, I do. And I'm going to do Toll the Dead on this guy.
Okay. Go ahead and target him and cast Toll the Dead.
Let's see, my next favorite spell.
Orc fails. Orc is hit for 8 necrotic. Nicely done. Anything else?
Yes. Spiritual weapons are going to attack this guy in the web, so he gets
Okay.
advantage, right?
Yes.
That would be the case, yes.
Can't move it toward it for some
Yeah,
reason.
that's fine. Hang on, let me do it. Hang on.
That's weird. It's giving me a highlight color for some reason. I don't know why, but okay. It's +7, so what I'll do is okay.
You get a +7?
Yeah.
Damn. I need to start taking away some of y'all's powers.
Well, you're like me, going from first to fifth. You're like, what? Wait, what? What? That's why I was like, he's got a magic axe. But then I was like, oh yeah, strength and all that. All right, so let me see how this works. Without taking my spell off, I guess I can do this.
Have to do is target him and then cast.
So I got 13. Does 13 hit?
13 hits.
Okay, and then it's +4 with the damage. I think it's 1d8. Did I say that
Yep.
right?
1d8 plus 3, correct.
Yeah, +4.
Oh, 4, I mean, sorry.
It's okay.
Peter. Nicely done. As you slam on top of him, stuck in the webs, as he roars in pain.
Oh wait, I get another roll.
Why?
Didn't get a chance to roll for a critical.
Oh, yeah. You can go ahead and roll another d20 plus 7. See if it'll make any difference. Oh, almost, but not quite.
No.
All right. After Trigus, Ragnar. Ragnar's just going to slowly walk his way up. He's going to join Nilo up here, and that's it for him. As the orc, once again. Oh, come on! I'd rather have a nat 1 than a 14. All right, Nilo, you're up. Actually, you know what? Hang on, I take it back. This orc is going to target Paviskro.
Instead of making the strength check.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, instead of making the strength check. No, I'm going to do the strength check. He failed it. Never mind. You're right. I forgot. He couldn't do both. So I already made the strength check, so... Yep.
I'm sure the others will.
Alright,
Nilo, you're up.
please turn your attention to chat real quick. This is alternate rules that the core rulebook has.
No. I'm not going to stop and change something right in the middle.
No. I'm asking if I can use the shove aside.
Oh, if you can use the shove. You're trying to take the shove action.
Yeah, I'm trying to take a shove action. Shove usually only normally allows you to shove away from you, but alternative rule says you can also shove to the side. But because it's an alternate rule, I want to clear it with you first.
You're just asking for permission to shove him to the side.
Yeah, that I can do.
Alright.
That I can do. Shoving and trying to get past will be fine.
Oh, you're not having a strength?
Walk
he's
up there.
going to try to push the orc out of the way so he can get past.
Oh, gotcha. I say because I've got 17 strength.
I mean, more accurately, push the orc off the cliff, it looks like.
Yeah.
I believe it's contested.
Yeah, the orc has to roll, but you got a 10, so...
Yeah.
It's a pop.
It's possible.
It's not gonna happen.
Just not this time.
It's not this time. As you are stuck trying to get past it. No way, Jose. As this orc...
Does that count as an attack?
So
It
using
actually
the
is
shove
not a-
action
Yes,
takes
it is
one of
an
your
action.
attacks.
Yeah. It
It's
takes
not
one.
a full action though. A
it's
shove action is
one
considered
attack.
an attack action.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you
No,
use like
it
you can
replaces an attack.
yeah. So
Yeah.
like how a gunslinger uses a single attack to reload, like it's that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so if does that mean I still
have a
get
second attack.
Okay.
You have a second attack, yes.
You can do the same
Show
thing
me
again
again.
if you want.
This time I'm gonna have my oh, I can't. My eagle's not in range. Okay, I'm gonna give advantage on the same guy again.
Do double shove.
You gonna attack or you gonna try to shove again? You get a second attack. Try to shove.
Yeah, why not?
Flick harder, damn it!
I think the orc's gonna win this one.
I don't know.
12 versus 50. Ooh.
15.
Ba, ba,
Yeah,
ba.
so close.
Damn.
Wah,
Well,
wah,
you did the
wah.
triple Lindy.
All right,
Oh,
that's it for
Because
you.
I could have shoved him down and ended it instead of having to sit there and stab at him.
I mean, it's a d6 for falling 10 feet because he's not 20 feet up,
I wasn't
halfway up
trying to
that.
kill him. I wasn't
For
trying
those
to
of
kill
you
him.
who
Like,
know what a triple Lindy is.
Yeah. As
He
the
would've been
orc
gone
comes
out of the fight.
charging, seeing Praviskro appear at the top, yells out a challenge. "20 hits for 15 hit points of damage with his axe."
I would shield
Except
that.
I'm going to cast shield.
I would shield that.
I'm just going to pop that 15 back on if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm. Whatever.
I think he does mind, but he's just not saying it.
Yeah.
Wait, what weapons do these other orcs in the web have?
What? Oh, I was gonna say they're now that they see they've got this one is going to once again use his strength to try to get free. Finally,
Hey,
So
dang.
Blake's free.
There he goes.
It goes west, one square. Oh.
Desmond, you are up.
All right. I am going to. What?
Sorry. GDTR Fibber 1995 game, but not the 20 to somebody. Who do you give it to, buddy?
Oh, when did that happen? Hey,
Just now.
gotcha. Nat 20. All right, who's the Nat 20 going to go to there in 1995? You can either pick somebody or give it to the party or whatever you want to do, man. You just let us know. Boogs.
Oh,
Boog's got a
thank
nat
you.
20. Boog's got a nat 20. I think that Boogs is out there, like, paying people off, saying, "Hey, man, come to my game and give me a nat 20."
Damn, he's copying me? What?
I know, right?
As
Thanks,
a
man. We
bonus
definitely
action-
appreciate that. What's that?
I'm going as a bonus action. I'm moving my Slayer's Prey to this guy.
Okay. As you swing with your longsword and you hit for 9 slashing, managing to cleave through it as the orc falls off the side of the cliff and drops about 15 feet below you, crushing into the rocks and the grass below.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
All right.
Oh, I have enough
And,
range for a second attack.
Is that it for you?
Nope. Making my second attack on this guy.
Okay. Ooh, so close. 14 hits for 9 slashing as you slam into it, cleaving through it. Oh, what did I miss? What did I miss? What? Oh, thanks, Monk. You are the man. Appreciate
Yes, and
that.
I gotta give it 1995.
I guess so, man. Appreciate that, dude. Every little bit helps. See, folks, see what happens.
It's
Our
private.
players will stoop to no low enough in order to get you to help support them in this game. If Monkey's gonna spend his own money just to get a nat 20, keep the nat
To
20s
be
coming.
fair, to be fair, Monkey can't give nat 20s to anybody in any
That's
game.
true. That's true. And we
I
have
got
to
about
we
50
have to
50
rectify
plus.
that somehow.
I got 53K worth of. Yeah.
we need to find a rectify that somehow, some way.
Whatever you do, don't let any of his characters die.
Right?
That's a lot
otherwise-
of nat 20s to give out.
All right. All right.
Monkey, I have a resolution for you. Let me use your money. And I'll pick on the Monday game where you get to use it.
All right. As this orc grabs his bow, trying to target Praviskro. Of course not. He misses badly. Stupid orcs. Viskro, you're up.
Excuse me.
So
Do you have any Grey Poupon?
what?
I don't think they know that, Sean.
I know, they're young kids. They don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That went a little over my head there. I like a lot of older stuff, but that's still a bit too old for me.
He's like, "What'd you
I'm-
call me?"
I'm going to. I'm not particularly great at this, but I want to move this orc down here by shoving him. So we're gonna try it. We're gonna see if
Okay.
the wizard can push the big old orc.
Okay,
Hey, you
so-
give yourself advantage.
I have a +2 to this.
Okay.
So here's a 17.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
So, I imagine when this guy charges at me and I cast that shield, I just raise that, and as his blow falls to the side, I just sidestep him and just shove him with that same shield just down the cliff.
Oh, you don't
Right,
you don't
so-
golf his head off?
No, I'm shoving him down to you, Nilo. He's gonna take fall damage and be prone in front of you.
As he suffers
He's not a
8 hit
hobbit,
points.
Nilo.
As he suffers 8 hit points of damage from the fall, as he lands prone at Nilo's feet.
It's gonna be juicy.
And I'll give advantage to the next person to attack this one right here. I don't know if that actually went through because I just lost connection to the server, but the one in front of Desmond.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I was
Okay.
guessing.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
and I'm gonna move
Okay.
myself to right here so I can see kind of everything going on.
All right. Sweet. That was hilarious. Tarikas, you're up.
Sometimes you get rewarded when you go for glory.
I guess so, man.
Why do they all have plus 20 feet above their name?
Because it's just saying that I did that because technically those at the top were at 20-foot elevation. So that you would be able to see that they were 20 feet above you as opposed to being on the same plane as you.
That makes sense.
Yep, this one is actually now, if I go, I have to adjust his token.
I don't think it matters
Elevation.
anymore.
Okay,
Oh,
Tarikas
he's
is
only
gonna.
plus 10.
Tarikas gonna be. He's gonna cast. You know what? Tarikas gonna take his hammer.
Uh-huh.
He goes. He's gonna move up to there.
You get advantage on your attack because he's prone.
He is gonna go. Sleep.
Oh.
And then he's gonna hit him in the head with the hammer.
Oh.
Okay.
Wrong sleep.
He's going for the long
There's a
sleep.
bait and switch there.
I thought you were gonna give me a coup de grace on him.
Wait, if it's a sleep, that's considered a crit because he's considered helpless.
He's not asleep.
Yeah, but he's not asleep. He's
No,
trying
he's
to
not
fucking make him sleep by
Oh.
smashing his head in.
No, that's right.
Oh, okay. I thought he cast a sleep spell and he had a spiritual weapon. I'm like,
no.
okay.
Yeah, spiritual weapon's out of range anyway.
That's
All right, go
actually
ahead and
not
roll your
a fair
attack. Let's
combo.
get this over with. Let's roll your attack.
How do I do advantage again? Left
Shift.
Just,
stick.
just
Shift.
shift. $25 hits for 5 hit points of damage.
That was close.
Close, but no cigar.
Oh, poor Ragnar's stuck. He can't get all the way up.
I know, right? As Ragnar is now up.
Actually,
Ragnar's-
he's pro.
He's
He
got
can go
stuff
straight
left.
through us.
Now, he can only...
Nope, I'm not done yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I forgot. I forgot that you had your spiritual weapon up there.
Yeah. Okay, and then my spiritual weapon's gonna attack this guy again.
Okay. Nice.
26 hit.
26 hits.
Whoop, whoop. Actually, roll again because you do have advantage.
Yeah, because he is stuck.
Oh, I forgot they were stuck. Yeah, I kept giving advantage against him. Whoops.
I
Nah, that's okay.
think you'll take the 26, yeah. 1d8 plus 4. 9 hit points of damage. As you manage to take out that one.
And then my weapon's gonna move right there.
Does the weapon take disadvantage inside the web?
No.
All right. That's it for you.
Is it?
Now, Ragnar's just going to waddle up and get right behind Tarikas. And he's going to pinch his butt.
Get out of my way.
Stop it!
As this orc is going to once
You
again...
keep it up, he's gonna toss you back into the hole.
Oh,
Oh,
thanks.
come on, man.
GG
Dang.
did it again. 500 bits.
What? Why did I not hear it go off? No.
What?
If you act, he did. He cheered. I don't know why it didn't go off. That is bizarre. So, who gets the advantage? That 500 bits means that somebody gets an advantage. I definitely appreciate that. I don't know why it didn't show up on our... That is pretty bizarre. Usually it shows that it... yeah, not for sure why it didn't, but yep. So that means that somebody in the group gets advantage. 1995. Who do you want to award that to? Has to be somebody in the party. Now it shows up. Crazy. Thanks, dude. Actually, no, it cannot be for the party. If you can't pick somebody, then I will have the party members roll a dice, and the high roll will get the advantage. But the difference is that this advantage will carry over from game session to game session because you are actually spending money to do so. So I would prefer that you choose a party member to assign the advantage to. If you don't want to, we can just have a roll off. All right, let's do that. All right, so I'm going to clear this. We're going to take a momentary pause. I need everybody in the party to please roll a D20, please.
Not me.
That's the wrong one.
Yeah, Nilo's not. Need to roll a D20. I'll remove that. All right. All right. I am just going to something with a +0. I'm just going to do. Why are you rolling with a +7?
Oh, it didn't take it off when I rolled a 20.
Yeah, no, you just roll a. Yeah, sorry, just roll a
you rolled a
D20.
1.
Yeah, I got a 1. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I got you. Yep, I am gonna, and this is what I am going to roll for Ragnar, because it's a +0. Ragnar got a 3. Who are we missing? We are
We're
missing
missing Desmond.
Desmond. I need a D20, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where's the...
16. Desmond. So Desmond, you can now lay claim to advantage on any dice roll, anytime, during any session. But obviously it's only once, right? So make sure you annotate that on your character sheet somewhere that you have advantage as gifted by GDTRFB.
No, I want to use my natural 20. No, I'm just kidding.
Yep. So you now have advantage on any dice roll, anytime, tonight, any session, whatever you want. Thank you very much for that, sir. We definitely appreciate, again, as I've said before, everything that you guys do helps support our stream. So I appreciate it.
Thanks for the
Nilo,
support,
you're up.
Alright, this poor fucker is
11 misses. Damn it.
Wow.
10 misses.
wow.
I like it.
Oh my.
How about that,
Okay,
suckers?
No, screw him. She's gonna keep walking.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Screw
Yeah,
him,
he
she's gonna
can't-
keep going.
He can't attack because
No, he can't.
Because he's prone, so he can't like take a reaction to attack you. Damn it!
That is, the prone condition does not prevent you from taking a
Really?
reaction.
I thought
It does
did.
not.
At disadvantage.
Oh,
Yeah, he can attack at disadvantage once.
yeah. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna attack the priest. All right.
What?
As he spends half his movement to get up, he attacks.
Oh, the dwarf priest. Sorry.
No. Grabs his great axe and slams you for
Yep. that
10
hits.
hit points. 10 hit points of slashing damage as he comes slamming down
Wait.
into you.
I don't think you took it
No,
off.
you attacked Praviskro.
There goes.
Did I?
Yeah, because
Oh,
I got
it did both
I
of
got
them.
his
Yeah.
Oh.
Hang
I
on,
got his shield chrono shift thing to pop up.
Yeah, that's fine. He
I mean,
I
I didn't
accidentally
take any
had it-
damage. I know that much.
No, it did do damage. I just put it back on you.
Okay.
But it took the 10 hit points of damage to Tarikas, so he did hit Tarikas. As that is his movement. As this orc targets Nilo. I'll make sure I've untargeted everybody else.
Come on.
So close. 19. Hits. Damn you. As your reaction. Not out of slots yet, are you? Make sure you guys aren't running out of spell slots. All
I
right.
have enough slots for that. Again, my shield moves unnaturally fast and just blocks the blow.
Fine. Desmond, you're up. Dang it.
All right, I'm going to try to finish this guy off. Target him. Attack 1. That really misses.
Tactfully misses?
And I'm going to make him my Slayer Prey and use my second. Okay.
Pretty sure that hurt pretty badly. You don't even need to roll your damage, dude. You
Yeah,
took down
I
the
just
orc.
wanted to pile it on. So
I guess
15.
throw it on the guy in the web.
Yeah, I cut him so bad I cut the guy next to him.
Hey, don't be cutting me now.
All right.
You're an
That it for
orc
Desmond?
too.
Is that it for
Yeah, that's
Desmond?
it for me.
All right. Praviskro, you are up.
All right. So the only one I see is this one down here, who is no longer prone, right?
He is not prone, and then there's another one.
Yeah, and this one in the web.
Correct.
All right. So the one in the web not really being a threat, I'm going to take the one on the bottom.
Jump on him, man. Throw me.
Nice.
I don't know if that actually did it roll. Okay, yeah, it did.
It did.
Yeah, 19 for 11.
Yep. As it slams into the orc, you guys watch as the firebolt catches it right in the head, just as it's sort of recovering, trying to attack Tarikas. The firebolt slams into it, knocking it off the edge as it slides down the wall, joining its compadre in a clumped heap at the bottom.
Ragnar's no longer rage, by the way, when his turn comes up.
Yeah. Anything else?
I'm just gonna step over here, and that's it. If one of my allies chooses to charge that orc in the middle of the webs, I will drop my webs without using an action, because you can just drop it whenever.
You take off the rage.
Didn't he make an attack though,
No.
He didn't.
Ragnar? Okay.
Yeah. I'm just wondering how you.
It's in statuses. You conditions, actually, I think. There might be in conditions for him.
I think you're right. Where? Sorry, I want to learn this just so I can kind of see. Doesn't show anything anywhere. Features. How about effects? There we go. Bink. There we go. Longer raging. Alright. Reese goes up. Tarikas, you're up.
All right, Tarikas is gonna run 30 feet over here, and as he's running, that orc that got killed by the firebolt, he's gonna run and accidentally put his foot in his crotch and go, "Oops!" as he's running.
Okay.
Well, if he wasn't dead, he is now.
And he shoots what's it called?
I don't
Toll is
know.
dead. A bell.
Yeah, he Toll of the Dead.
Okay.
He throws a
This
bell at
guy.
him.
Okay, let me select.
Go. Target him. Cast the spell.
Something's happened. There it goes. All right, cast a spell. What are you spell? What? Okay. Something's going on. I clicked it. Nothing's happened. Not opening up the spell or anything.
Gotta be smarter than the
There you go.
Software.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it was lagging.
Mm-hmm.
Alright,
Don't
here
blame
it
a
goes.
software. Operator error.
No, I just said you have to be
I
smarter than
Orc
the software.
saves as you hit him with Toll the Dead. The orc saves.
Yeah,
No
let's
damage.
save
Hey,
this.
Monkey, by the way, when you go ahead and roll Toll the Dead, I believe if you hold Alt while you roll the damage, it'll do the D12 damage instead.
Yeah. Well, he saved, so it doesn't matter. He doesn't
Yeah,
get
yeah.
As Ragnar continues to.
No, not done.
Oh yeah, I forgot you had the. My bad.
It's okay.
Go ahead. Roll your little magical lollipop thing that you're smacking him on the head with. As he hits. And they both hit, but only one of them does damage, so. D8 plus 4, please. Ah! 5 hit points of damage. As your spiritual weapon slams into the orc as it's still struggling to get out of the webs.
Whack.
Whack, whack. Now, Ragnar. Can't quite get to grab Tarikas' butt again, but he gets about 2/3 of the way up there. As the orc, knowing that he cannot get out of the webs, grabs his bow once again, targeting Kreistrich. A 22.
With disadvantage.
Oh yeah, thank you. With a 22. So
Only because I want to see if you can do it. Go ahead and
Gotcha.
reroll that one more time with my reaction as my final kernel shift. Because I want to see if you can get a third one.
Whoa, you almost had a crit.
19.
Okay. Well, it's not a 22, but yes, it will do 9 points. I'll take that.
All right, 9 hit points of damage.
That's on the 20, man.
Yeah, it took. Did you get hit before? Because it's got you down to
Nope.
19 hit points. I was gonna say you should be at 29. Yeah, it took damage off
Yeah.
before with the other times. Okay, so he says, "Screw."
And
I'm gonna
let me
hit
make
you
a
no matter what.
hold on. Let me make a concentration check because I do technically have to
oh.
do that.
That's
you-
true. Thank
can
you
you
for reminding me.
fail?
I almost forgot.
Hold
Can you
on.
willingly fail that?
I can just drop concentration if I feel like it, like at any
Yeah, do
time,
it.
even if it's not my turn. I'm not going to. I will if one of you guys want to charge this
Yeah.
guy.
Because I'm exactly what I'm about to do.
Yeah, no. If you are charging in, you would know Pavisco can just drop this with a flick of his,
Oh, gotcha.
just without
Okay.
with hardly a thought. So when you charge in, it drops basically.
All right, hang on a sec. Ooh.
That a pass or fail.
Hang on.
Oh, you okay there, Sean?
Yep, I just got something stuck in my throat. Whew. But yeah, Pavisco, that's a pass, right? You got to do a 10 or better, right?
Oh yeah, I definitely passed.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
what I thought.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I thought I said that. My bad.
No, you're fine. Yep. All right. Nilo, you're up.
My eagle flies through to give me advantage as I charge in.
Yep, and the web drops.
Both hit. As it suffers 12 hit points of damage as you take out the final orc. As you guys finally manage to.
How
Hmm?
how torn up is that ghillie suit?
The what?
The ghillie suit he's
The
wearing,
kind
how
of
torn
like
up?
shrubbery they were wearing.
Oh no, they had like shrubs and twigs and everything stuffed into their armor and whatnot to make them look sort of.
So
They
it
didn't
wasn't
have
an actual cloak
no.
or
There was
nothing.
no special, nothing special or anything like that. No.
Damn, my ghillie suit, sweet. At least I
No.
won't be taking disadvantage on every stealth check anymore.
Listen, man, these guys were off to complete the story of Macbeth. You can see the army of trees.
Oh,
Yeah.
All right. Well,
wow.
she kind of rolls her shoulders and looks around. I'd say that's went pretty well. Anyone else seriously hurt? Oh, I
No.
see everyone died and
Uh,
went mute.
Paviskro's not really gonna like acknowledge that he took any sort of wound. I imagine what this looked like is that arrow shattered against his armor, which left him probably cracked a rib or left a bruise like on his chest, but didn't
Ow.
really like, what was that?
Ow.
Yeah, I mean a warbow, 200 pounds of force smacking your chest, it's gonna hurt,
Sometimes
but
250.
nothing lethal.
Hey, what do we want to do? Oh, let me get us out of combat here. Sorry.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna gather our injured.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say, if you're injured, come close.
I guess if prompted, Paviskro will kind of walk over there.
Okay.
And I go, step into the light. And I cast Word of Radiance. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
Except
Yeah,
for
yeah.
you get to eat your good berry. No, I'm just kidding.
It's the effect of Word of Radiance. They both share the same effect.
Trying to say, I forget which spell does really good.
prayer
I
of
think it's
healing.
heal. Is it heal?
I think you're thinking prayer of healing. Is that what you're trying to do?
I think so. Let me see.
If you're trying to heal like a group of
mass
people.
healing. Mass heal.
Oh, what?
Yeah,
At
mass
level
heal.
5. Okay.
Yeah. I have 2 of them. I'm the man. So how many
Is
people
it like mass cure wounds?
You'll see in a second.
Because mass heals a 9th level spell, so I assume
It's
that that's
mass
not what
healing
you're
word.
Oh, got it. Okay. I didn't hear the word part.
I didn't say it.
Yeah, I can tell.
Mass healing. Word. So who's all injured so I can mark it and try to
I'll take one.
And Nihilo's injured too.
Yeah,
I think
Ragnar has a little bit of.
Yeah.
thanks to Bistro, I'm not injured at all. So
How about Desmond?
No, Desmond's not hurt.
Okay, here we go. See if it worked. I want to see what the effect looks like.
that's
Yeah,
kind of
that's pretty
cool.
cool.
Nice.
I'm at full health
Everybody
again.
gets-
Why did it heal me?
You gotta select yourself.
You got to
Just
target
give
yourself.
Yeah, just
Right,
give
it
yourself 11. Give yourself 11 hit points back.
Okay. 1 million.
And make sure that you unselect everybody else so when you attack next time it doesn't damage them at the same time.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go ahead and cast heal on myself. Well, unless other people does everybody still need healing?
No,
I'm good.
I don't think so.
Ragnar's at max.
Yeah,
Nilo's
okay.
at max.
How do I select myself?
Just should be
That's a
able to
good
just
question.
should be able to just double right click on yourself. I
Nope.
would think. No.
Doesn't work.
Really, that is pretty bizarre.
Because it brings up a different menu when you double right-click yourself.
Weird. I would just say roll whatever the spell is or
Okay.
whatever the heal is and add it to yourself.
I'm gonna do that. Ooh.
There you go. So you got 14 back.
Oh, if you want to target yourself in the future, you can right-click yourself and then you hit the little bullseye that's right to the left of your character.
Okay.
That'll select you.
Okay. So that's how I select everybody else. I just right click
Yeah.
them and I select a little target. Okay.
We can only see that for characters we control. Yeah.
Yeah, I really need to look at this game from the standpoint of a character so I can kind of see what your guys' view is like because I don't never usually see that. All right, so you guys have sort of taken a little bit of time here. It's the evening is, or the sun has crossed the sky as it begins its trek on the backside. It's almost 6 p.m., so you can tell it's getting dark a little bit. You can hear the night sounds begin to rise as the nocturnal creatures come out of their day slumber and work their way into the depths of the forest. From here, you guys can see that these orcs, their camp is actually at the base where you first attack them at the bottom. So there's a little camp down there with some bed rolls and a little fire made and whatnot. Up here, all you really find are the orcs themselves, their weapons, as well as their bows. You find a total of 60 arrows up here, should you desire to take any of them. And there
I
are,
totally do. I'm going to distribute them to the boys.
Right?
okay, as you distribute the arrows to the boys along with 4 longbows.
She's going to grab a longbow.
Okay.
She has a crossbow, but the longbow she can actually use her multiple attacks with.
Okay. So go ahead and
So
take
60
a-
arrows divided 4 ways is 15 arrows each.
Yep.
Not bad.
So you have.
I'll take 5 arrows over the rest, and I can restock mine later.
Wait, say that again.
I can take just 5 arrows and just
Oh,
restock
okay.
mine later because I'll probably using my sword.
Yeah.
More often than not. But if I have it, I can use it.
Okay. All right. So just make sure that we note that we have 3 longbows, or 4 longbows. I mean, a
Or one
total
with
of
60 arrows.
60 arrows. There's also 10 battle axes. Each orc had a battle axe, if you guys wanted that. But although you don't have anything to carry,
I will shove those in the back of holding that I have.
Yeah.
we're gonna have to talk about these some days because I'm like, I don't know. Will that fit in the top of a? Will its head fit in there? Okay, all right. We'll say that it stretches.
So a bag of
Stretchy pants.
I
It's like
know.
stretchy pants.
Whatever. I know.
yeah, a bag of holding has a 2-foot diameter like opening. So
Yeah.
I would hope that you could fit the battle axe in there.
I don't know. Maybe. Okay. So you fit the 10 battle axes in there. Additionally, on the orcs themselves, you find 16 gold, 95 silver, and in one of the bedrolls, you find a potion vial.
Listen, I
do you,
will cast detect magic.
That works. I was actually just going to cast Identify on it.
Okay. As you take a little time and you begin investigating the magic emanating from this, of which you realize it is magic, when all is said and done, you come to realize this is a potion of giant strength.
How much strength did that give? 19?
I don't know.
Depends on what giant, right?
Yeah, I think it does.
I thought that was the old school. That's the old school way. I thought giant strength now is just regular.
I'm gonna look off.
No,
Somebody out there
there's
probably
like
knows.
there's there's one for each type. So there's the uncommon, which is Hill Giant, which gives 21, and then Frost Giant, Stone Giant, Fire Giant, Cloud Giant, Storm Giant. Rarities increasing in that order.
Okay, hang on.
Hey,
a second.
Desmond, how many feet is your
Yeah.
Longbow.
5e tools is your friend, Sean.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing you. How many
How
feet is
many-
my what?
What's the range of your longbow?
Oh, just let me take a look here.
I think it's a
150 and 600.
Thank you.
Okay. So here's what we're going to do. I will let the party roll for me.
Ooh.
And let me see.
Probably the
So-
wizard, since he's identifying it. Let the wizard roll.
Hang on just a second. I'm going to say so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 100 divided by 6 is what? 20, well, 14, something like that, 15.
100
90.
divided by 6.
Yeah, it's a little off. I know that, but
16.67.
Yeah, 16 and 2/3.
I'm just trying to figure. All right, so I'm just gonna say
Roll a d100 and see if we have to check for 2/3.
yeah.
All right, do you want me to roll that?
Hang on just a second. Two, 3, 4.
Some
Yeah,
odd.
I'm-
Gonna have some odd potions like potion of goblin strength.
All right, go ahead and give me a D100, please. Just a straight up die 100. 25. It is a potion of hill giant strength.
Okay.
Hey, we'll take that.
So
That
that's
would
the
be-
lowest. That's
That
the
will give you
lowest
a
one, right?
Yeah, it'll give you a strength
Okay.
of 21.
That would make sense anyway with a bunch of orcs.
Well,
Yep.
I actually I
Some
wasn't
goblin
allowing a legendary, but I allowed everything up to it, and
Got it. So you
0 to
divided it by
0
5.
to 0 to 50 was hill giant. If you would have had a between a 95 and 100, it would have been cloud giant. But
Okay.
this one is hill giant strength. So
So, is there any of you who would like a potion who would increase your strength for an hour?
That would be best with either Ragnar or myself.
Yes, either of you could use it very well, or if you feel as though you're already strong as could be, I suppose if I ran out of spells, perhaps I could shove some more people off cliffs, but here. And I'll just hand it to Nilo, and Ragnar
Alright.
wants it.
So hold
Ragnar
on to
can
it for now.
have it later.
Ragnar's got a belt.
Yeah. Oh, Ragnar has a belt? He's already at 21?
Am I right?
Yeah, Ragnar, do you need that?
I think Ragnar has a belt already.
You're still muted if you're
No.
trying to talk.
he doesn't
I
have a
know
belt.
he's listening in.
I think you're thinking of one of the Monday characters.
Yeah, on
Oh.
Monday night,
The
Deglin
other
has
dwarf.
a
That's
yeah,
right.
but he's not a dwarf. He's just a human cleric.
Oh yeah, it's the other clerics. My bad.
Yeah. So even though this guy isn't a cleric, but that's okay. He's a fighter. Anyway, so while you guys are sort of searching around, Desmond, you hear a chittering noise, and you look over and you see a squirrel sort of standing there chittering, waving its paws as if to try to get your attention.
I'll walk over and cast Beast Bond and touch it.
Okay.
Forehead.
All right. So, wrapped on its tail, there is a note of some kind.
I will take the note and read it.
The note is from Greytooth, and he says he has had a vision that somehow an evil orc chieftain has subdued the forest protector, and that there is a holy place deeper within the woods. If you follow the trail that you are on, deeper within the woods, you will find this holy place, and within this holy place is the artifact of which he spoke. It is a horn of some kind, and it is there that you must go to retrieve the horn, and he is sure that with this horn you will be able to release the forest protector from the sway of the evil that is encompassing the land.
Score, guys.
All right.
Although it is getting to be late in the evening as the sun begins to dip over the horizon, casting long shadows, you have a good place with which to make camp here, or do you desire to continue your trek into the forest?
I like the idea of making camp here.
I would agree, brothers. Perhaps
Think that's like
setting up
high
arms along the
position.
path.
Okay. So you guys set out to make camp. What
Yep.
are your watches going to be?
While everyone else is kind of setting up the camp, I'm gonna put some alarm spells around the area.
Okay.
And I will show you where those are momentarily because I think this should let me choose the area. No, it doesn't let me. Okay, so 20-foot cubes. I thought there would be a spell template for it, but I was wrong.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. We could just say that we know. I'm not going to worry about you having to draw anything out.
All right,
Although
so
it would
basically, I'm
depend.
just going to cover the hillside with him. It takes me
Gotcha.
about an hour to set up, 6 of them.
Yep. Okay. All right. So who's going to take first watch?
I'll take the first watch.
Okay. Revisco's got the first watch. Is technically 3 hour, or if you do 4 hour watches, there's 3 watches at night, right? So 3 of you are going to have to stay on watch at least tonight. You could rotate some other day if you want, or you
I'll
can
take
do
the
2
second
people
one.
at a time. All right. So Desmond is the second one. Third watch,
Tyler can take that.
Nilo.
If it's an 8-hour long rest, wouldn't it be 2 4 hours or like
Well, actually,
Yeah, I mean, I basically think of like 12 hours at between
Yeah.
night, like 6 to 6 or something like that is kind of what I
Yep.
normally consider it.
Gotcha.
So
well,
right, so you would have a 4 hour watch, but you would have 8 hour rest, right? So it would overlap that way, even though the person in
I
the
see what you're
middle
saying.
always gets screwed over. But yeah,
question,
Yep.
Sean. That's actually a very good distinction. When you consider a long rest, do you consider a long rest an actual sleeping or a long rest without extraneous activity? Because
I actually consider it with no strenuous activity for a lengthy period of time.
so a watch technically wouldn't break that in this particular case. It was
Right,
only
and
looking at
unless there
combat.
was something that happened in the middle of the night would cause it like
Yeah.
that. Correct.
Yeah,
So-
in which case you can fight up to 1 hour without interrupting a
Yeah.
long rest. But if anything longer than that happens, then you break
Right.
it.
Exactly.
Yep. So at this point, it doesn't really matter which order it's taken in.
Well, it does if there's random encounters.
Right.
True,
Exactly.
true.
So anyway, so Pravisco, Desmond, Nilo, is there going to be any doubling up of watches or just single watches, and then you guys can rotate some other
I'll
day?
take the last one with whoever's last.
Nilo and Tariq.
All right.
All right. So that, dear friends, is where we are going to leave tonight's session. As our party continues to delve their way deeper into the Vestvi forest, trying to figure out what has overcome the forest protector, an ancient fey creature known to the druids and the fey folk to help protect the forest from evil, has somehow been subverted by evil itself. And so they look to...
Okay.
Likes critical hits to Rix. I like it.
I was trying to test my bow and it wasn't rolling, so I double checked to see if it was like a combat initiative thing that was interrupting me. No. But apparently she just chucks her battle axe at
Yep.
Tarikas.
Tarikas has suffered 25 hit points of damage and some other, or 23. So yeah, no,
Jesus.
let's put him back to 48. Okay.
She dropped her axe while she was sharpening it.
Yeah.
And just
So-
fucking lopped his head off.
All right.
No,
So
she lopped off the lower head.
like I said,
that's
make
good.
sure that
Yeah,
you
I
make
did.
sure that you guys deselect yourselves and whatnot, so that we all know that you don't accidentally select them next time. So, with that being said, I appreciate everybody that's been with us tonight. Hopefully, our newcomers have enjoyed the show, so to speak, as our party works their way to kind of figure out, number one, to help Nilo's situation where her family has been removed and shunned from the clan and basically exiled. Nilo's mother is actually living in Kreistrich now at the family home, or the party home, where she had. Well, at least that's where Nilo sent her. Don't know if she actually got there or not. So that's just
Traveling
another.
with the caravans.
That's another story. That's another story. And then don't forget, there's a dragon in them there hills. And so our party now undertakes the task, having made it this far. Just received word from Greytooth that they have to go further into the forest to some ancient location where this hidden artifact, some horn of some kind, that might be able to be used to help free the forest protector. Let's hope. But what's going to happen with Nilo's sister? How does she fit into all of this with all of these orcs and evil and all this other stuff? We don't know yet, but hopefully next session, which is not this coming or next Friday, but the following Friday, because as you recall, we are here every other Friday. Hopefully, players, you all will be able to make it then as well. I appreciate you guys making the effort to get here tonight. For the rest of you, if you're into first edition stuff, we game on Monday night as well. So this coming Monday, please join us as Tarikas moves into his other persona of his uncle Zadkiel, who is currently involved in tracking down the slavers as they are involved in the assault on the area of a slave lord, which is part 3 of the Against the Slaver series. So hopefully you guys will be able to join us then. As I said before, I appreciate all the love that you guys have given, whether it's subscriptions, whether it's cheering, whether it's just being here to show your support. We definitely appreciate it. What we do now usually is move over to the after party, which is what I'm going to do. So typically we hang out in the after party for a little while. Sometimes our players can hang, sometimes they cannot. Players, if you can, I encourage you. I'm going to swap over to the open channel on the voice channels here in 3, 2,
Good night.
1. See you guys. So as I said, sometimes players are able to kind of join. If not, then it's just going to be me talking to you folks out there. But in the meantime, I want to reiterate, I appreciate all the love and attention. So yeah, man, it was a fun night. It was a good time. Jacob, Monkey, definitely appreciate you guys being able to make it. Not sure why you were late. Not sure why you were late, Jacob, but I did let everybody know that it was just like old times.
Ha. I actually lost track of time. I was in the process of priming up a new dreadnought to paint.
Oh, nice. Very cool. I was
grab a picture of it real quick if you'd like.
Yeah, dude. Definitely. Tarikas is an archer. That's awesome. You guys need to head over to our Discord, man. Check out our Discord. As Monk, well, actually, Monk, you would have to put that in the general channel because the Paralyn channel is only for the Paralyn game. But that is awesome. He's got a picture of Jack Black and what's his name in the old, what is it?
Year 1.
Yeah, year 1. Yeah, that's where it's like Tarikas is an archer. Yep, that's how it works. That's pretty awesome. So yeah, man, I hope for you guys that just kind of hung out with us tonight for the first time, I hopefully we'll see you guys again. As I said, man, we're here pretty regular. We did have about a 3-week break there, but that was because of vacation, COVID, and just the way the schedules kind of worked out. But yeah, so we're back on track now. Hopefully we'll start getting some more streams. My wife is actually getting ready to take a little stay with my son and daughter-in-law. Gonna help them out. They are currently taking care of my daughter-in-law's sister's child. As the sister's going through some stuff, we're trying to help out the family. So not only does my son have his child, who is like 9 months old now, 10 months old, something like that, Now they have a 2-year-old that they're watching, and we're pregnant again. So she's pregnant and got all this going on. And so my wife is going to go up there for about 6 or 7 weeks to kind of stay with my son and daughter-in-law to kind of be the live-in babysitter and child care provider, and that way they can kind of get all their stuff situated and squared away with school and all this other stuff. So I might be streaming a little more just to kind of, kill the time. Just start putting some more evening streams on, man. So if you guys got any content or anything that you might like to see or kind of talk about or kind of do, I'm not really looking to do one-shot adventures, but I can just pop on here and kind of do some offhand stuff. One of the things I've been thinking about doing is the VTT that we use is Foundry. So I was thinking about doing things like, hey, this is how you use this module, or that's what this module is for, and let's check it out and kind of dig into it to kind of see what the modules are and what they do and how to use them, because it only helped me too. Because there's a lot of times that I'm like, I don't understand why this is doing it. It doesn't work like it's supposed to or something like that. So it's obviously something I'm doing wrong. But yeah, it'd be kind of cool to kind of do that stuff. Hey, thanks dude. We're the grandbaby is due December 23rd. Is that crazy? I would not want to be a late December baby, because you get Christmas and then the other kids get pissed because you get Christmas and birthday gifts. Is that how that works? Or do you only get one set of gifts because it's like, I'm not going to buy you birthday gifts and then turn around and give you Christmas gifts and whatever, but then you kind of shell shock the kids, like, how come I don't get Chris or birthday presents when all my friends get birthday presents? Like, well, dumbass, that's what you get for being born on Christmas.
Hey,
so anyway,
don't mean to interrupt you, but I found a way
Mm-hmm.
to every time I use a option that uses ammunition of some type, or in the case of the cantrips,
yeah,
I found a way to reduce the number directly without having like hit the cantrip once, or click the arrows to use them. I found a way to just automatically deduct it from
it's
that
supposed to
item.
do, the 5th edition is supposed to do that anyways. It does the same thing with torches, right? If you I set up there's a module that we have for lighting, and if you have a light spell, it'll light up the icon so you can choose it, and it'll actually cast the light spell. Or if you use a torch, if you have torches, it'll enable.
Yes. Like, that's normal. That's you using the item. I
Yeah.
found a way for me to say cast Firebolt. Remember, I have my cantrips as an item that allows me to keep track of it?
Yes.
I now have a way for me to cast Firebolt, and it reduced the cantrips without me clicking on it. And I can do the same with ammunition for crossbows and bows.
Okay. Yeah, because for those that don't know, in my game, I do not allow unlimited cantrips. I give them a number of cantrips equal to whatever their spellcasting score is. So it's not like a +4 or anything like that. It's if you have a wisdom of 18 and your spellcasting ability is based on wisdom, you get 18 cantrips before you take a short or long rest. So it's not that you only have a few cantrips, but I don't allow unlimited magic before you can rest. So yeah, so I mean, that's just, there's a couple little house rules that we do. It's kind of hard to keep track of some of them, like for example, the long rest thing. Long rest for us, in this particular VTT, you can do it based on the books. So you can do regular long rest, or you can do the gritty long rest, which is a week. And I don't like either of those. And so what we have is, if you take a short rest, well, here, let me get I'll just kind of read it out, because again, we got some new folks. So the house rules. The general rest rule: a character can benefit from a maximum of 3 rests in a 24-hour period. And what the reason this was is because technically players can go in and say, oh, I'm going to fight, and they get the crap beat out of them, and then, oh, now we're going to take a short rest so I can re-get all my spells and all that other stuff back on a short rest. And if I've got hit dice available, I can do hit points. And then they would go fight, and now they could go like fight, rest an hour, fight, rest an hour, fight, and that's just too much. So you get a maximum of 3 rests. So it's either 1 long rests and 2 short, or 3 short rests. If for some reason you don't get a chance to take a long rest, you can at least take 3 short rests. And the second thing is rests have to be at least 4 hours apart. So you can't be taking a short rest, fight, take a short rest, fight. You have to have at least 4 hours between those. Otherwise, you don't get any benefits from your rest. For a long rest, you recover hit point equal to half your hit dice rounded up. So like a 9th level character would get, instead of 9 hit dice, they'd only get 5, right? 9 divided by 2 is 4.5, round up is 5, right? And so you have to roll each dice. So for the long rest, like I said, you do your it's kind of like hit dice is for short rest, except you only get half. For a short rest, you can recover 1 hit dice for every 4 levels. So if you're like a 6th level, you can get 2. So like levels 1 to 4, you get 1 hit dice. 5 to 8, you get 2 hit dice. 9 to 12, you get 3, etc., etc. So those are kind of some of the rest things. As far as wounds go, everybody knows you can rest and you get hit points back, but you don't get your constitution bonus unless you have been treated by somebody with a med kit or healing kit. Really it's sort of a gray area that gives me a little bit of leeway on, did you treat yourself or did you have somebody that has a medicine skill or whatever the case may be. So basically someone else in a party can make a wisdom medicine check, and then if they're successful, then you can get your con bonus, or which is a DC 15. Or if you have a healer's kit, the DC is only 10, right? So again, based on the medicine check, will determine whether or not you get your constitution bonus. A critically injured person means that if you are down to 10% of your max HP, when you fall below that, you suffer a level of exhaustion and you have to make a constitution saving throw. If you fail your saving throw, you actually take 2 levels of exhaustion. Last legs, if you're down to 1 hit point, you automatically take 2 levels of exhaustion and you have to make a constitution saving throw to avoid taking 3 levels of exhaustion. And then at death's door, when you're at 0 or below, you automatically take 3 levels of exhaustion, and for each failed save adds an additional. And that, if you watch in the book, that means you start at 3, you death save, after the 3rd death save, you're dead, but 3 levels of exhaustion, you die. So again, I talked about unused cantrips. I should say it's not endless cantrips. The other thing is that I do allow spell slot swaps. So if you run out of first level spells, you can swap your cantrips 2 for every spell slot level. So if you want a first level slot, you can do 2 cantrips, take 2 cantrips off, and you can do a first level spell slot. Second level spell slots, 4 cantrips. Third level is 6 cantrips, etc., etc. So I kind of roll it up that way. And then another thing we talk about, and again,
I used the extra rest thing in my other 5e game I run.
Yeah, exactly.
Except
and then
mine is 3 nights for a long rest, and I used a short rest as normal.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's all different kinds of ways you can do it, but so the other thing that we don't really talk about a lot, but if you have dark vision, devil sight, etc., it's adversely affected in a brightly lit area. Actually, not really so much bright light, but still, torchlight, lamps, and other light producers can prevent enhanced vision from working. So you actually, if there's spells or spell-like effects, they're not affected. But if they are like natural vision or whatever, your torchlight will affect whether or not you can see infravision wise, right? So, or dark vision, I should say, or devil sight, whatever. You actually have to get out of range of the bright area. So I don't mind being in like a dimly lit area. Okay, then it starts working again. But if you're in that brightly lit zone of like 20-foot radius, I think it is, for a, or 20-foot diameter, whatever it is, for a torch, a 20-foot radius. For a torch, if you're in that 20-foot radius, your infravision, devil sight, and all that enhanced vision stuff starts to become negatively affected. So there's just kind of a few different house rules that we kind of use and stuff that we that we play around with. And again, those are things is like I tend not to remember them because I'm trying to do so much other stuff. But those are some of the house rules that we kind of set on and kind of some of the things that we do. So as far as altering saving throws on monsters' abilities, not sure what you mean by that. I don't usually alter monsters too. I will create monsters with abilities that maybe characters don't realize they've got because everybody can read a monster manual. So I may create a monster with some additional ability. I actually had a wraith in one of my play-by-post games that I played with Praviskro before he wasn't able to continue the online game, but the wraith maintained some of its abilities from when it was alive, so it could do things like disengage because it was a thief, so it could like disengage and do other things, that thiefly things, and he thought that was kind of interesting. That oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. So monsters, yeah. So monsters, the same thing as player characters, as far as I'm concerned, right? So if they're allowed or they have to make saving throws on things or whatever, yeah, absolutely. It's like an NPC, right? So I don't give I mean, 5e gives players enough advantages as it is. I try to at least even it out so the monsters do the same thing, right? They have to save. It's like this one on the spell with the web spell. They had to, every round they had to check to see if they could get free, right? So if that's kind of what you mean, repeated attempts, yeah. So I hesitate to use the word round, but it's every time their turn comes up. So whenever they're up in combat or whatever, then they actually get to go. So anyway, that was a good session tonight.
That dreadnought I mentioned is in the chat if you wanted to show it off to the Twitch. It's in general.
I don't know if I can. I mean, I would have to. Dude, that looks pretty good, man. Is that the one you?
That's the show one.
Printed?
No,
Did you
that's
print
the
that
show one.
already?
That's what. Yeah, I got it printed and primed.
Oh,
Right
okay.
now, I'm working on a much smaller one.
Yeah.
Because that's the one I can actually use right now. Because I'm
Yeah.
doing an escalation league. It goes up every 2 weeks. They increase the point limit. I intend to use that guy later though.
Okay.
Big boy.
Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can show you this here real quick. Let me do this. Okay. Can everybody see that over the top of me? That is his dreadnought, which I think is pretty cool. Just move this so it's like, it's kind of cool. I like it. So, yeah, man, I like it. All right, I'm going to delete that. Yes. All right, that's gone. All right, so with that being said, I don't know what it's like. I got this little tickle in the back of my throat. I think it's from my French fries that I had earlier. I just don't want to go down smoothly. So next week, or the week of the next session. Man, I don't know why all right, let's see.
Fine.
Looking here, I was going through all my notes just to make sure I don't forget anything. What was I looking for? Oh, you know what? I closed down my browser when I didn't mean to. So let's go back to.
Carrying crawler paralyzes the PC, and the PC gets a change to make the save every turn. I've adjusted those to where the save is failed. They cannot attempt again for another 1 to 4 minutes.
Oh, I get you. No, I have not modified stuff like that. Yeah, I got you. Chance. Yeah, I have not done, but that's actually definitely a pretty gritty way to do it. But no, I've always, for saving throws and stuff like that, I mean, I just, whatever the rule is, I haven't had to worry so much about that. There are some other cold weather rules that I try to employ a little bit. It's not quite as effective now that the party has moved, because when we first started, the first session of the game was like January in the north area up in the hills. And so there was snow and there was cold and it was bitterly cold. And so I actually kind of kept track of temperature and potential damage and exhaustion and stuff. And there's some pretty good cold weather rules that I have found that I really liked. But you're right. Try to make it a little more gritty, a little more 1E-ish. But I don't want to take and just go back to the reason people play 5E is because they like 5E and the rules. I actually like the streamlined combat stuff. It's a little better. I would probably prefer to have something where we roll initiative every round, so it could potentially change every round, rather than just
like that idea, but it drags on, especially
it can take a little
at least
longer.
The 4th edition version drags on a lot, and they have the
Yeah.
rules for it in the core.
Yeah.
Where every action that you pick changes your stuff. I would not include that at all, because you have to plan out your entire round before
Right.
you go, and unless you know your character like the back of your hand and everything you can do, it's you can't do that.
Yeah.
Now if you want, I would not be opposed to just re-rolling initiative every round.
Well, that's what I'm talking
not,
about. That's what I'm
not a
talking
terrible
about.
idea.
No, that's
I
just
kinda like that
because.
idea.
Yeah, because like I said, to me that is, instead of, oh crap, I'm not going to be able to do, like for example tonight. I knew that all these guys are going to get attacks on the orc, because back at the top of the round is Praviskro, and I know everybody's going to go and they're going to be able to kill the orcs that are in the webs because they haven't been able to break free. But if the initiative changed and suddenly the first person for initiative is that orc can now break free during the round before, you know what I mean? So it changes things 100%. Up. So
does Forge? There is 100% probably an add-on that allows. What it will do is at the end of the round, it automatically re-rolls initiative.
No, I can actually. There's a setting in the 5th edition settings that says roll initiative every round.
Oh, that's okay. If it is as simple
so it's
as
part. Yeah, so it's part of. Yeah, so it is part of the. It's part of the core mechanic of the 5th edition game setup in the Foundry VTT.
Do you have a second encounter planned before we find the mini boss, the raid boss?
Do I have a what?
Like a second encounter set up before we find this orc.
You don't know.
You know what I'm talking about.
Why?
Because that would be a good thing to test out. Because I would not test this out in a boss fight, but I would test it out in a small encounter. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. I could do even as much as a random encounter.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like,
the problem becomes though is if I change the setting in the core mechanic, it requires me to restart the server to pick it up.
Yeah, we'll probably only be doing one fight for that session.
So I would have to restart the server. It would bounce everybody, and then you would have to log back in and stuff. So that would be the only downside.
Yeah, but
right.
Unless it fails horribly, unless the idea completely fails horribly, we would probably only have one combat. And on the off and if nobody has a problem with it, you don't have to restart it at all.
You know what's interesting to me? I'm sorry, as we're looking and we're talking, I'm looking at my OBS, and if you look at the follower goal, it says we have 193 followers. Woohoo! Awesome, I love it. But if you go back and look at, if you go on to Twitch site, it says we only have like 180 something. I'm like, how the hell do we get a 6-person disparity between what Twitch says and what my VTT says?
Your VTT might
not
not
VTT,
count
but
people leaving. But your OBS might not count people leaving.
No, but maybe it's quite possible. So it would suck that people. Why would people want to leave? I don't understand, man. We like this. So anyway, I don't want to keep anybody any longer. I definitely appreciate you guys hanging out as long as you did. What I'm going to do now is we're gonna bounce over to Little Bones, because looks to me that I think she's got. I don't know if she's already started, but I know this weekend that Little Bones is doing a charity stream. So I definitely want to show her some love and support. We got a few people left that have hung out with us this late. And this is the downside of having late night streams is you get down to like, 5-10 people left at the end of your stream because everybody's tired and going to bed. But I appreciate you guys that have hung in with us. Like I said, I'm getting ready to shut down the stream here. So let me do that first. But we are going to go over to Little Bones. I would hope that you guys would hang out here just a second as we get ready to head over there to her. Make sure that you guys show her some love. Let's see if we can get everybody to go over there. There's only like 5 or 6 of us, but I would definitely appreciate if every single one of you guys raised a big stink over there, showed her some love. If you're not following Little Bones already, you need to follow her. Between her and Darling Creepshow, Lord Kazumba, these guys are definitely, as far as I'm concerned, we may not be the top streamers on Twitch, but we're definitely some of the best streamers on Twitch. So anyway, I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Hopefully you'll join us this coming Monday night. And remember, in a world that you can be anything that you want to be, all we ask is that you be kind. We'll talk to you later. Peace.
Have a good night. Have a great night.
All right, see you, brother.
See you too, man.
Yep.